England in 1935. It has been here and it's been utilized virtually in all sectors. Whether we can have operative businesses or even tourism, schools, facilities, transportation, all those in every sector. Child, we have health and social life. So we apply everywhere. We now have them everywhere. Now that because it's like provide this individual has two connections. It's there. But what is the what about before it's all accepted. It's using the process. It's all about guys. You have so it can be everything. When you look at different given by different scholars, including the ICD and the national level, you find that all of them are very concerned. One, now whatever they are talking about, not to spell out, there must be a common needs. For the relationship to survive, there must have something in common, must have a common problem to solve. Common problem which they cannot solve individually, they can only solve collectively. Then the organization must be made up of human beings. And when they are talking of human beings, they are talking of those with qualities of honesty, intelligence, diligence, and time. And what they do to the first there must have the quality of membership. And membership must follow and those versions that we talk about and management was democratic. Something very fundamental to start with as everybody has said, always look at all the they always say that they say of themselves, not let them decide of themselves. That means that most of society is not established. It exists only to help the members and help the society. That is why the ICA states that operating are enterprises that people at the center of their business. They are business enterprises and not defined in terms of request, ownership, control, and beneficiary. And it is only in the property that you have these three qualities the stores on the event. The members of the committee, they are the representatives. They are everything. It's only the committee. And then says the success of any organization depends on the rules of engagement which they give to themselves. The degree and the degree of their acceptance commitment to those rules, which must perform the cultural life. You know, when we are talking about look at it from the other society, from the society to that. All the other is on their feet. And none of them are this life. All the societies, different societies, their constitution of cultural you cannot take much faster. It is not work. So, you know, for every organization to go on, there must have rules of engagement which they will use to themselves and the degree of their those rules must these rules of engagement to be said to those things were hard, so that they were not written. They were written law. So they had the rules of obedience. That it would happen for the Bible that come at this time. When they are coming, this is what you do. These are rules. These are rules. All the rules. So, in most countries, the countries of the world, what do you activities like for this most is in Europe, America, this legislation as a result, like stop and because there's something people were yes, we will bring this down to us. Yeah. There's some thoughts on this. So, these people are having but they have press in the parliament. So, government is movement. And it's often ordered as much of the social cultural and economic realities of the our So government LDC, then development at the vision because no longer is the government support development government. I realized the government support not only in the development but also in the vision of getting the policy. Like the government the laws that is the president of the because in the research of it, what we've done is we've never touched it. Because the cooperative water you had that of the west, you had that of the north. When the states were created, the states took to there. Those are whatever. That's all the partners that has been doing much here and there. Even when they don't look at it, when it was still the 17th, you are 20 and 20 adding and subtracting. So let's see whether this time they'll do what they talk about law. So Nigeria is one of those places where the laws prohibit the establishment of law. So this cooperative society is artificial because of the laws they have. So in this paper, actually is going to look at the concept of cooperative, its origin in the 19th century, the cooperative legislation, the characteristics of developing nation, the need for cooperative legislation in developing nations, the role of government in a more effective cooperative legislation, and a review of some of those. In this design, and you ask me to hold on, I'm holding on for you. I'm holding on for the presenters. So, 1 hour. I know. Okay, the concept of cooperative legislation. The word law has been defined in various ways, but for this discussion, we will consider two things. One, law is a body of rule, whether proceeding from formal amendment or from custom. If a particular state, community, or organization as binding to its members, these rules are recognized and by custom. Another one is law of a large number of individual rules, which are said to regulate the behavior of the citizens of a particular community, be it rural, state, or country, or member of a particular organization. Most laws are based on the rule of the people that have been born and approved standards of behavior. Laws are usually debated, digested, and agreed upon. Even in our the women are not understood. But you find when the law you get to the house of the man, the oldest man. The people who debate, they don't debate. What's the agree? And once it does that, everything is shaking down. That is what this is in the house of accepted as belief. When they talk about the spirit that that man is because we say they have a yeah, when they are here, they want to replicate those things that are done. That is why. So that is how when they discuss and agreed upon. And that's why we not give respect. Since start of office. Okay, so cooperative laws can be said to accommodate the missions. Then that will bring activities of organizations and their members. That's the essence of the cooperative law. Cooperative society legislation takes different forms depending on the country. Countries like Germany, Ghana, Kenya prefer to adopt applicable and valid cooperative acts. But in some other countries like Japan, have specific law for a given type of sector, for a given sector. It's not the common law like in places like Switzerland and cooperative societies are regulated by of more general groups. They don't have anything. So you find that depend on country how they want to respect the laws. Though we say the crucial cooperative societies Act of 1967 came nearer to what the but we can say that the first was enacted in 1852, known as the Industrial and Provident Societies Act of Chinese law. It was enacted in 1852 and amended in 1852. And our own laws so the cooperative I'm not about how we got our own from yeah. I want to give a background how the law came up and certain things you have derived from there. So cooperative movement had a lot of disabilities with this early days. As a result of that, they were not protected against fraudulent and negligent officials where they need arise. They could not even enter into firm contracts, sue or be sued collectively, or enjoy reasonable security for their funds. They were only taking advantage of provisions made for enterprise associations that were beneficial to them. They benefited from the Letters Patent Act of 1834, which made it possible for unincorporated companies to sue. Even the Ross-Table Fire Act registered under Friendly Act, but there was no law. They registered under Friendly Act of 1874. They took advantage of the Frugal Investment Clause of 1846 Act to amend their rules. This act gave credence to cooperatives among cooperatives, cooperative education, and the right to invest on behalf of the society. However, this act of 1846, this Frugal Investment Act, was deficient because it provided mainly for consumer cooperatives. It does not take care of productive cooperatives who have to source their fund and source their market outside. It was true that it provided such benefits like they can hold properties, they can invest, the societies can cooperate or join together, but they still lack some. So this act could not satisfy the economic requirements of these societies, so they kept pushing with the help of some influential members in the parliament and the lawyers of the Christian Association, they were able to get the Islamic Act for the Industrial Problem Societies Act enacted. That's a good. It was this is always regarded as the best set of cooperatives because it provided the cooperatives with what they wanted, what they needed. So the Islamic Act gave the cooperatives what they had been clamoring for. While retaining privileges under the friendly societies which they had before, they are now given for the first time an act of parliament specifically designed to meet the needs of both producers and consumer cooperatives. They are now free from the Act of 1844, which compelled partners of more than 25 members to register in joint stock companies to enjoy trading protection. That was what was there before. For you to enjoy any kind of trading protection, you must register as a joint stock company once you are more than 25 members. But this new law stopped that. Now gives them the opportunity to trade. The Act restricted transfer of shares in the Industrial Property Act. Holders who wish to dispose of their shares were required to either sell it back to society or secure the consent of the board of management to transfer it to a particular person. We are still using that word. It applies here. Society members became free to hold more than £100 share capital of £1 each, unlike what obtained in the joint stock companies. Societies could obtain loans from their members up to the amount equal to 4 times the subscribed capital. You can see it was from this law that we got this idea of internal funding and external funding of corporates. It was from here that we now have maximum liability. But when he says we should not have more than 4 times the subscribed capital, that is maximum liability. So you can now see how we borrow that are still operating with those funds from their own. Now, society became free to invest their funds in the development of society, development of their business. But before, it was not so, they were not given that privilege. It's now said, although the cooperative members had the reasonable legal basis for operation of these societies after the 1850s, they still lacked the limited liability status and provision for foundation activity. These two handicaps were removed by the Industrial Provident Society Act as amended in 1862, which now gives concession of limited liability to societies that apply for it, and also authorized joint action by society. You can now see how we evolved to the federation. Now we started having federations. You can now see how all these things we are practicing evolved from the Industrial and Provident Act that was brought here indirectly by Stanley to make the cooperative ordinance act. So from here now, you see, in their own place, the cooperative movement started before the law. But when it came to our own, they said there must be law and there must be an administrator. Before when Strickland applied for cooperative, for them to look cooperative society within the colony of Nigeria, the secretary of the then secretary, the Commonwealth Secretary, whatever they called it, now said there must be the administrator and there must be laws. That was why the enactment of the Ordinance Act came. So when the Ordinance Act came, they now appointed him as the registrar. Before he was able to register the Post Corporate Society, the Local Corporate Society. So that's how we started moving. But in other areas, like countries like France, the incorporation of cooperative societies for the first time came in 1897 when they have had their laws. In Germany, the rural and both the urban and the rural cooperatives were in existence for years before they had the first law in 1867. The same thing, even Finland, that are known to have the most developed cooperative movements in the world. It was only of recent, 1901, that they had the first cooperative law. But consumer society existed as far back as 1870. So these areas, because they were now able to come out with a cooperative laws based on the activities of the cooperative movement. Based on the activities of the cooperative. So whatever they will bring will not conflict with the ways of life of the existing cooperative. But you find in our own case, that is why you find here, we are still having problems with the modern cooperative side. Because some of the laws tend to conflict with our way of life. We'll be battling with them. And that is why you find some of the traditional societies progress more than the so-called enterprise society. I don't know what of this is, but I don't hear anything for that. Most of our institutions and all those old societies tend to survive. In fact, I have one in my town. In December, whenever they want to call back all their loans, the entire village can't enter there. They have security people throughout the entire village. You can't enter there. Before you move from one section to another, you'll get permission. They will connect others. Don't, if you cross there, they'll fire you. Because that period, the collection that comes to them runs into millions. But it's not the register. If you ask them to go and register, they'll tell you. They don't believe you. So, as we had earlier said, that law is a body of rules. Whether proceeding from formal enactment, we're now going to look at characteristics and obstacles to economic development. Those things we would want the cooperative laws, we want the cooperative to do, to help us solve. And based on what we want the cooperative laws, the cooperative to help us solve, we will evolve the laws that will make those things possible, that will make the solutions possible. So let us look at the characteristics and obstacles to economic development in less developed countries or developing countries. We have earlier said that law is a body of rules, whether proceeding from the formal enactment or from custom, which a particular state or community organization recognizes as binding on its subjects or members. It consists of a large number of individual rules, which are said to regulate the behavior of citizens of a particular community, be it rural, urban, state, country, or a group of members. For cooperatives to function optimally and collaborate with governments in LDCs, not only in disseminating government programs and policies, but also as avenue for development and improving the living standard of rural people in that particular area. There is need for good legal protection and guidelines. Development, simply put, is a type of social change in which new ideas are introduced into the social system to produce a higher per capita income and levels of living through more modern production methods and improve social organization. This, in a nutshell, is what cooperatives achieve in developing nations. So to understand and appreciate more the immense work the cooperative organizations are meant to solve and why we need sound cooperative legislation to guide the practice and management of cooperatives, let us first highlight the basic characteristics of developing nations and those major things that we perform on development in these areas. Note to us, virtually all the developing countries, including us, have certain characteristics. General poverty, number one. The poverty level is absolute, not relative. The poverty level in developing countries is absolute. We don't need any apostle to tell us that. We are experiencing it. We are experiencing it in our place. Major occupation of developing countries is agriculture. And not agriculture, not that they're even producing for commercial, but just subsistent agriculture to keep body and soul together. That is what they are doing. Even here and I don't know whether we are still body and soul together. We have been in problem. And one of that presences in developing countries, you have dual economy. You will have the rich moving, going to the same market, operating with the poor. You have a production where machineries and all the rest of them, caterpillars and all these things are used in the farm. The other side of it, you will see the people in their normal people and things are dual living. We should not be. In developing nations like US, if I still remember my statistics very well, only about 4% of them are in agri. And they are feeding the world, feeding America and supplying outside. But here in our place, 99.9% of us are in agriculture. Even the civil servants still have one farm or the other, and we still can't feed ourselves. So on the developed natural resources, in most developing countries, they have the natural resources. It's either that they are not utilized or that they don't know how to use them. In this our country now, there are so many minerals that can give us some money. But in most cases, we don't know how to use them, but they cannot use them well. Down here, we have, okay, look at places, we have coal, we have iron, we have uranium. So, you know, around the river basin, we have uranium and rest of it. But we don't know how to use it. That is why some people, those people that are stealing in Zamfara are working very good. Because we don't know how to use those things. It's because we don't have the capacity and the capabilities of utilizing the problem of underdevelopment. Demographic features is another problem. Where we have too many children. Some people haven't had much. But it's a problem and the law. Now, unemployment or disguised unemployment. Unemployment, disguised unemployment increases with urbanizations and the spread of religion. But the industrial sector have failed to develop and expand like simply as possible. We are showing that they are not employed. That is why the president is more particular. You say the president is telling so that is a problem. Now, in that economic problem is manifested in level in our place here, let me represent, let me complete here. Here is our country. The very day you increase the salary, that the government should work by 9 o'clock. The very day you salary, that's a problem. You know? So all these things are the problems we have. Now, this vicious cycle of poverty is another serious problem, because a country is poor because it is poor. There's no do about it. A country is poor because it is poor. The vicious cycle operates both on the demand side and as well as on the supply side. From the demand side, you have low level of income, which will give rise to low demand. And that low demand gives rise to low investment because you cannot invest when nobody will demand. And it leads to low capital formation, leads to low productivity. And when there's low productivity, there's no income. From the supply side, because there is low productivity, there will be low real income. And because there is very low real income, there will be no savings. Because you don't have savings, you can't invest. Because you can't invest, you cannot have capital. And because you don't have capital, you cannot produce. And because you cannot produce, you don't have income. So we have very low rate of capital formation. Our social cultural system constrains us from improving. Economic development has much to do with human endowment, social attitude, political conditions, historical antecedents. LDCs possess social institutions and display such attitudes as are not conducive to economic development. Here, in our country, culture, religion, sex, family styles determines where we get job and where we go to work and where we apply for job, whether we accept it. There are certain areas I would want to go. I might have a very attractive job. My parents will say, "I know, don't go there. They will kill you. They will still shooting you and you." You go to the other side. They say, when you come here, this is the religion we practice here. You will not do, if you do this, you will do this, you will have this law against you, and you will not work. These things affect development. So, when we look at all these problems I have mentioned, these are problems which effective cooperative movement can solve or can help us solve. So, cooperatives originally, I'm now trying to discuss the need for cooperatives to develop countries. Why we need cooperatives. Cooperatives originally were not institutions of law, but instead a social and economic phenomenon. Having realized the socio-economic importance of cooperatives in economic development conditions, the very broad objective of providing effective legislation for cooperatives in developing countries is to provide a level playing ground for their operations with adequate legal status that will promote economic development, social equity, increase production, and mobilize capital, enhance members' living standard. We can elaborate what to be done. Economic empowerment. Through cooperatives, individuals, especially the rural poor, with limited resources and exposure, we pool their resources together. With little direction from the correct quarters, they foster entrepreneurship and economic growth that will change their rural underdeveloped regions for the better. Poverty reduction. Cooperatives help improve the livelihoods of low-income groups by providing access to resources, markets, and credits that may otherwise be inaccessible to them as individuals. Employment generation. Cooperatives, especially the producer cooperatives, cooperatives in the informal sector, and service cooperatives, create jobs for their members and within the local community, directly and indirectly, supporting income generation activity. Money circulation within the locality will also be improved. Promoting social equity. Cooperative focus on member ownership and democratic control, giving a voice to the marginalized and vulnerable groups, such as small-scale farmers, women, informal workers, and promoting inclusive growth. Cooperatives will encourage local development by focusing on local resources, skills, and markets. Cooperatives contribute to the sustainable development of local economies, reducing dependency on external resources. Access to financial services. Cooperative legislation can support the formation of credit unions and savings groups, improving access to financial services for the unbanked and unserved populations. Strengthening resilience. Cooperatives often function based on shared risk and mutual support, helping communities withstand economic shocks, natural disasters, or market fluctuations. Promoting fair trade and ethical business. Cooperatives foster fair trading practices by ensuring that surpluses are distributed equitably among members, contributing to responsible and sustainable business practices. Enhancing food security. In agricultural communities, cooperatives help farmers improve production, storage, and distribution, contributing to better food security in local regions. Building capacity and knowledge sharing. Cooperative legislation often includes provision of training, education, and technical assistance, empowering members with skills and knowledge to improve their enterprises and livelihood. You can now see these are things the cooperative can help us with. And if we can do that, we will put ourselves on it. That's now, what can the government do for us? I'm going to look at the rules of government. The cooperative law is structured into three parts: the Act, the regulation, and the bylaws. The Act is the statute, while the regulation and the bylaws are often referred to as the subsidiary legislation. The statutes are the laws, usually debated in the various houses of parliament and assembly, passed into law and assented by the president or the governors as applicable. In Nigeria, as stated earlier, the Nigerian Cooperative Societies Act of 2004, Cap 98, constitutes the statute. The subsidiary legislation derives its power or authority from the statutes. In the Nigerian situation, Section 56(1) of the statute permits ministers or commissioners responsible for cooperative matters to provide regulations, and will make the practice of the statute possible in their domains. Bylaws are operational models for societies. The societies give themselves and make it to be a judicial something by the assent of, by the signature of the director of corporate. So this succinctly tells us that the government cannot be divorced from providing the working laws of corporate. They provide a statute, regulations, and the bylaws. Because if your bylaws are not signed by the director of corporate, it is of no judicial importance. Whether an amendment or anything, if it is not signed by the director of corporate, it is of no judicial importance. Now, to promote effective cooperative legislation in developing countries, governments have to do some critical roles to play. One, regulatory authorities for cooperatives. The first thing the government of developing nations should do is to set up or support the regulatory authorities for cooperatives where there is none, specifically tasked with overseeing and supporting cooperatives. These institutions would help ensure compliance with laws and regulations, provide technical assistance, and mediate conflicts. Through this authority, the government will monitor and evaluate the performance of cooperatives regularly to ensure their objectives align with the national economic development goals. This authority should either be an independent ministry, a commission, or a bureau for cooperatives that will be reporting directly to the head of government, that is the president or the governor, as the case may be. Enabling legal framework. Government should enact or amend laws that define the formation, operation, and regulation of cooperatives based on the socioeconomic and cultural life of the nation. These laws should not interfere with the autonomy and independence of government. Simplify registration process. Simplify the procedures for registering cooperatives for register cooperatives after proper cooperative education to ensure the participants and members understand what cooperative is all about and how to manage it. This is one of the major problems we have right now. The politicians don't allow the directors to do their work, or the directors are afraid of by some. Capacity building and education. Government keyed into the 5th International Cooperative Principle to provide for education and training for cooperative officers and members through direct budgeting. The training should be holistic, covering key areas like management, finance, auditing, and operational best practices. Awareness campaign. Government should step up promotion and awareness creation about the benefits of cooperatives, encouraging broader participation from communities, particularly in rural and underserved areas. Financial and technical support. Government should facilitate access to credit, grants, and financial incentives to help cooperative growth. This might involve partnering with financial institutions or creating government match funding mechanisms specifically for cooperatives like cooperative banks, cooperative microfinance banks, or cooperative financing agencies. Subsidies and incentives and tax incentives. Offering tax relief or subsidies for cooperatives can encourage their formation and development, particularly in sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, and services. Market access and integration. Government can create policies that integrate cooperatives into national and regional supply chains. Provide market access for their products and service products. Trade policies favoring cooperatives. Governments can include cooperatives in trade agreements and policies, ensuring they benefit from export and import opportunities. Provision for land and infrastructure. Government can facilitate the allocation of land and provide necessary infrastructure like roads, storage facilities, market access points to cooperatives, particularly in the agricultural and housing sector. Public-private partnership. Encouraging partnership between cooperatives and private or public sectors can help cooperatives access essential infrastructure or technology that they may not otherwise afford, provided such arrangement does not interfere with the autonomy of those in the cooperative society. Digital transformation. Governments can provide grants or subsidies to cooperatives to enable them to adopt digital platforms that can improve their access to markets, enable efficient management, and increase transparency. It should encourage the use of modern technology, particularly in agriculture and manufacturing, to enhance productivity within cooperatives. Cooperatives as tools for poverty reduction. By recognizing cooperatives as vehicles for economic empowerment, governments can integrate cooperative development into their poverty reduction strategies. Engagement with international organizations. Governments in developing countries can work with international bodies, such as the International Labour Organization, the United Nations, to secure technical and financial support for cooperative development in their countries. The same thing with the exchange program. The government should encourage and sponsor cooperative on exchange programs with countries with successful cooperative sectors to learn from them the best global practice. I don't know when we had that last. I think that was when Register was the director of a cooperative. There was that kind of exchange program. You go to places and learn from them. And probably they come to your own and learn from you. So these are the areas where I would want government to come. So if we are building a new cooperative or new cooperative policy, we should be able to incorporate this, let the government know what they are supposed to do. And then when we now agree with them, we can now make our laws and they will become effective. But when promulgate a law based on imagination, then they will fall apart like imagination too. Now, this paper is trying to review, to look at one or two areas in the existing act, which it feels if we can do some amendment in immediate, it might help us. It says this paper is proposing some of those, and the person is looked at this, the head of cooperative department. With this idea of director of cooperative, director of this, director, we need to fall in line with other nations of the world, where we have the chief registrar of cooperative. So this paper is suggesting that the title of the head of regulatory department, director of cooperative ministry, should revert to the old name, the chief registrar, as an applicable globally, especially when all the officers below that director go with the name. So now the appointment, the old law says the governor or the president will appoint the director of government. It's one of the reasons why the politicians are messing up with it. So this paper is suggesting the director of cooperative, the chief registrar, should be appointed by the president or governor, yes, as applicable, but with the recommendation of the Institute of Cooperative Professionals of Nigeria. This will check abuses currently being experienced by the governors and the political class. So that if you look at the judges, you don't just get up and appoint the judges without the, what is that called? No issues. They must know. They will want to accept the character or not, and they make recommendations. But you don't just get up and appoint this thing. The same thing with the accountants. You don't just sit up in your place and appoint the accountant general without the accounting body knowing who is there. Because whosoever that is there is representing the body. Is representing the body, and they must work in accordance with the policies and character of the body. So that is why this paper is suggested that the amendment before any director of cooperative or any chief registrar, depending on what the Institute of Cooperative Professionals must know. Now, the power of the director of cooperative. The director should have powers to withdraw the certificate of registration of any society, proved moribund or inactive on his own volition after an inquiry or an or audit. We shall call the society to the dead. But if any member has reason to appeal against it, to appeal to the minister or the commissioner, and for the period the appeal is on, action will not be taken. Because you find there are most societies, I don't know what happens in their place, but I know that in my own place, we have almost 20-something thousand cooperative societies in the register. But the number that is working, I don't know whether there are up to 50 of them that are alive. And the director of cooperative does not have right. As of now, we just set up to every day, and these politicians are counting on that number as they give them target. You have to do something without that. This is the target of the heart. Without knowing how many of them are, they are not interested in those people. They are interested in the numbers. So, but if the director of property to have such power, this ones, especially on the society that you are registered to do. That time we had people. That was Abacha's. When we had people. This was Abacha. When the thing stopped people, when the thing stopped the society is not there. But if you go to the register, they are just saying that of Babangida, better life. Better life. We have something like this. These things are not possible. But the director also have to see. So that is what this paper is saying. Let us read the director. Another thing this paper is frowning at is this discriminatory in the membership. The discriminating in the membership of or the number required for the registration. They say productive cooperative societies, 6 members. Productive for industry. That is productive and industrial cooperative 6 members. Others 10. Why? This paper is trying to say, let all of us come down to 6. Because that discrimination is the number of people from setting up. Because people are finding it difficult to get them people you can trust. Yeah. They are finding it difficult to get up to them people you can trust. And it will be suicidal for you to form a cooperative society with people you cannot trust. Before you start exchanging those members of the house. Now, the next thing this paper is looking at is the capitalization. You know, in cooperative, we say no member should own more than 20% of the total share of the society. Fine. That is causing capital. There are some people who have the money. They should compare. So this paper is saying, let us review that thing upward. And the 20% does not give society money. Many people who have the money will not want to solve it. If I have money, say I cannot invest more than 20%. Then the money will not get the money somewhere, not from that. And every day you try to not have capital, you don't have food. But you are chasing the money by their law. So this paper is saying we can increase that. And the paper is also saying that we should stop registering societies anyhow. You find these people, they come to register society. What is their share capital? When you look at the trial balance, something is expensive. What is 60,000? You look for another one, 20,000. Any business, 10,000. Tell me the kind of business, if you sell granite, can you sell granite to 10,000 naira in the present Nigeria and you go over? So, this paper is saying that should be at least a minimum of 100,000. A minimum of 100,000. So that you need something at least 100,000 can start up something small. So, these are the areas this paper is looking at. So, in conclusion, the paper is saying in developing countries like Nigeria, supportive legislation is crucial for empowering individuals, particularly the rural poor, and for promoting economic growth. Effective cooperative laws can help reduce poverty, create jobs, promote social equity, and improve access to financial services. Governments play a key role in enacting and implementing these laws, enhancing market access, creating cooperative national policies, and improving digital transformations. Collaboration with international organizations can further strengthen the cooperative development and poverty reduction strategies. So the paper proposes several revisions. Some of those revisions. Thank you. God bless you. Please, let's see the conference. Immediately he finished presenting his paper. But let me apologize, please. We are really very sorry for this situation. I tell you because of this, because earlier I thought it is bad. No, it was not the police band. We need to begin to worry about this new generation.
That this is what about that because they said they were not giving it. So we need to worry about this generation.
Because of food yesterday, they are sabotaging the grip of these people that came from all over Nigeria. But let's leave it at that. Let us speak. Yes. I want to apologize. Okay. Yes. I go. Yes, I have to say it because I couldn't get it anymore. Yes. But let's leave it at that. Some people have speaking with them, making them know that once you have a contract, and you've been paid in full, we're not going able to the end of it. Our food is not part of their business. So it's yes. But like I said, let's leave it at that so that we don't all get upset and our moves change for today. So we want to thank Chief for his ability to present this paper as a teacher in the classroom without using the English. Can I have two young people please? Can you please back? Before he started, we encouraged the university to come forward so that we be able to, and I'm sure we will be able to take those so that we can have the opportunity of asking questions. The prof will now use the opportunity of this microphone and make further clarification based on what is or contributions. So when you are going to use, we try to use more than one. So we take 4. Anybody from the 1? Number 2. Well, I want to see one people. Okay, well, or okay, 5. Yes, let's just okay, 6. Finally, 6. Number one is 1 minute. If you speak more than 1 minute and the microphone stops, you won't be responsible. And speaking, number 2, get ready. Only 1 minute to walk in your head. Good morning, all. Mr. Chairman, sir, I benefited much from what our bank did for us. In page 38, the context of cooperative legislation. I have some questions, sir, regulating collaboration. For us to have effective cooperative administration of the national state grassroots, I think this political presented to us that to be should be that this professional body should come up with level law for regular training and supervision of cooperative leaders at the university. What my area's cooperative calls in Alabama, the normal place, Mr. Julius also, he gives us regular supervision. So I want to say that there should be some laws for training of cooperative leaders, even in the classroom, and supervision. If that law is put in place and leaders are well trained, we are going to achieve better, robust cooperative development in Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you. When you come here, I don't know just give me the question, please. Number 2.
Good morning, participants. I will start with a question. I heard about the exchange program, and that's my concern. Apart from going international as one of the suggestions, is there no need that this body initiates an exchange program between wonderful cooperatives here in Nigeria and this puts them on the platform of Icopron Conference? There we can start our homework and then we can do our exchange. So, House, I suggest that let us, if there will be a way, we can start our own internal exchange. We can cooperate with one another between cooperatives that are doing good. We may know their secrets while we talk about going outside to learn from one another. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. My 1 minute. My question is to our government program also calls a registered numbers. And our department doesn't have data. And you say that this is a cooperative. What is a community base? Who really knew them? And how effective of that is but the CAC has a program of listing community liability company. Only wait when you have a big contract somewhere, it finds some other things. That's when they will have come and you have to pay penalties and fines. Thank you very much. Hello. Good morning. Thank you. In cooperative legislation, I want you to know that for every law made, there are people behind it. Laws are not just made arbitrarily, absolutely. They are made to correct and to put some things into check. Yeah, based on my little knowledge about cooperative legislation and operation, I observed that many of the cooperatives that hinge on the government for support too much, they don't go too far. It's either immediately the grant or the support is given, they share it and they go their way. So, normally, cooperatives are made for people by themselves to run it. My position is about that today, that we should have less, apart from training or facilitating exchange program. Government should make policy and allow cooperatives to live their life and to run as expected. If the cooperative has capacity of mobilizing 1 million,
and the government is supporting them with 3 million, that 3 million will kill them. Because their capacity is 1 million. That again comes to the percentage of 20%. We have realized that if somebody has 80% of the cooperative resources and assets, the laws go against that man, but they were telling you are doing the wrong thing. It's going to make that cooperative collapse. One such a man who has about, for instance, if you have a cooperative that is making like ×2 or whatever you have as your maximum per limit, and to now have like 50% of the whole total share as savings of the cooperative. If such a person collects a loan, what happens? The whole body of that society is in the hand of one person. Imagine that person collected that money at that time. What happened to that cooperative? Gone. So it is in the line of those spirit that we are saying the law of cooperative today is still sustainable. If we understand and interpret it very well.
The police. Just in 1 minute, you not hearing now. Thank you very much.
All right.
Or second to the last. All the programs for me, any poverty reduction program to be channeled through cooperative is sustainable. Many of those programs that were designed for people to lead them out of poverty were not included. There's no inclusion. And so, but in cooperative, before you take any loan or any grant, you should have made certain contributions. That keep people coming back, that whether government is there or not, since you have a stake there, you will keep coming back to it. But immediately you don't have anything to lose. They just collect those things. Thank you very much for the little time given to me. I'll come back.
Thank you very much. Number 5, please. Number 5. Please, 1 minute, 1 minute. It's okay. It's okay. I hope you can hear us from there. Yes, it's okay.
I am Esco from Lagos. At this kind of gathering, we have always been discussing the problems, and the problems. But there are more solutions. There is need for proper legislation for cooperative development. But how do we achieve such? Cooperatives don't participate in politics. And that is an area that I want to talk about. Just briefly. That once you don't participate in the politics
area, community, or state, forget about the legislation. I lost my first job as a cooperative bookkeeper when I joined politics. The board of my union decided to sack me because I was testing for the post of partnership of my government. Said yes, since you are joining politics, you cannot be part of us. And I lost the job. Whereas I was going to politics in the wrong in the local government. I will have been faithful for the community in developing the cooperatives in the area. But I lost the opportunity. No, I did not discuss it all, but I lost my job as a cooperative bookkeeper. So, if we are not part of the process, how do we get formal legislation? I don't think this.
It's still that we are not part of the process that we get confirmed.
I don't think it's Number one, we have to understand that cooperative legislation or cooperative itself falls under the conclusive list of legislation. That's why it's better than mistake having take legislation. So if you are reviewing cooperative legislation in Nigeria, we also need to understand the differences within or among the different legislation across the states and the federal. That's one. Then two, if you are talking of the effectiveness of legislation, I do not think it's because the legislation that we have now is weak, but rather I think it's because those of us who are regulators don't have in-depth understanding of the legislation itself. Why do I say this? About 2 months ago, I see Africa came up with a modern law on cooperatives in Africa. And I started to go to that legislation. That is very little or little different between the proposal and what we currently have in Nigeria. Maybe just 1 or 2 areas where we're talking about the front representation and things like that. So if that is wrong enough, it means what we have now is still relevant for our situation. What we need is for us to have an understanding of the application. Now, the recommendation of the one on the title, the head of the department, as it is, we also have to understand that regulation of cooperative falls within the civil service. And the civil service are really taken instruction. The title of chief within the civil service is at 14. And directorship operates, substantive director operates at 17. So if you are proposing chief registrar, what we are saying is that the head of that department should not be more than 11. Yes, I know that there are some states that cooperative operate as a unit rather than a department. So I would rather suggest that we combine the two together. We have registrar and we also have director of cooperative. That I think sufficiently address the adequacy that area. Then secondly, about the director, I think it's a very ambitious proposal for Icopron to recommend the governor of the president who occupies that seat. That to me, I will take it away the right of the chief executive of the state to appoint his or her staff. Every civil servant, either the state or the federal, is appointed by the governor or the president by court. Once appointed by the Civil Service Commission, before that appointment is made, it is already approved by the governor or the president. What I think we should be pushing for is for us to have a professional, a cooperative professional, thoroughbred professional. I know we have some states, we also have at the center sometimes go. We are a non-cooperative professional because it's to head that department. Then for societies that are vulnerable, it's already enshrined in the law. When societies are no longer active, the director has the power to automatically cancel the statute of registration. So if they are not doing it, why are they not doing it? That's what we should look at. Then minimum number of registration. We are proposing 6. What we have presently is at least those state and combined is 10. Minimum of 10 individuals to form a cooperative society. I have not seen any inadequacy in that area. And finally, on capitalization, the law presently proposed or stipulates maximum of 20% shareholding in final. What is the effect of that condition? Is to prevent dominance. If you have one person out of 10 people having 1/5 of the total share capital accumulation, and we are saying it should be increased, then we are pushing for one person to now say that this is my business. So for me, I think that 100% provision is still there. And finally, on registration. I will take that again back to the regulator. Cooperative has a structure, and the structure starts from the bottom. It's a bottom-up formation, primary, secondary, tertiary. So I get baffled. Very recently, somebody brought a certificate to my director in Ogun State and said they have registered a national cooperative in Abuja. He now wants to establish a branch in Ogun State. Check out what? Where are your members? So you just want to look for members. The question is, which director signed that certificate? You must have members first. Have a primary society. The primary should grow, but all start from payment. So you have an register that are coming top to bottom. Something is wrong somewhere. Those are areas we should be addressed. Thank you very much. Because you need the background. And I want to assure you that in the proposal we submitted as part of our memorandum, we didn't talk about reducing the number to 6. Instead, we recommended 60. If you can't get 50 people who share the same problem, only together. Because the ability of the society to use capital depends on the number. So you can't solve that problem by raising the minimum number of members are 50% in terms of share. No, you solve it directly. Getting more members raising the progressive service so that can contribution can bring the change their capital. So those years are the number. Good morning, professors. Thanks so much for the lecture. My question is with respect to the role of engagements. Encourage that in our various cooperatives, we should make rules that can help us also. In a situation whereby a cooperative made a rule that once you're being admitted into the cooperative, you're expected to be in the meeting always. But whereby you used to be there, you will not be entitled to any role. Now, my question is it right to have such a rule or law in that cooperative? And in a situation where one does not attend meeting, you're a member, you can attend, you went to about your own business at home, in the market, and then you need to go. Think around. Should such a person be given that loan? And if you need that to give, who bears the cost? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So that is why I was always saying, that's why I always have to sign. And that is why I want to do Swiss by every society is supposed to sit down and give themselves what they need. Those are what I have responsibility. It was not by law. Only that it is a family practice that we are signing for the
then that provision must apply. So that is my own view in that aspect.
The societies can be hijacked by those. Again, it comes down to publication. Whatever the society wants, whatever thing any society wants for their society must be contained in their bylaws. Penalties or whatever for any offense must be contained in the bylaws. If the society is saying they don't want this 20% of something, they must make provision in their bylaws to take care of whosoever that is going to put in something like that. Everything boils down on what the society has. If you make a very big bylaw for your society, you have to run into problem. So when I am proposing this, I am not saying that this is not a society can decide, but they will have provision. That's why I say they have provision in their bylaw to take care of such situations. It is not just going to because we say this now. No, society should know what for them and what they can do in order to progress, like the Russian. They gathered the problems that made so many societies to fail, put them together and give it to themselves as well. And we are praising them. So every society is good. Now, when you are talking about the state and the federal laws, yes, cooperative is a concurrent fix. I agree with you. But even at that, if there is any problem, the federal law supersedes. The federal law supersedes in every aspect. When there is any problem, the federal law, the national law, that's present.
So that is why whatever we are doing, as much as we have the right to have our own law,
should make sure it doesn't conflict. We should make sure that it conflicts with what we have. Since we have the one. Now, about the person who says he lost his job because he belongs to the government, and then because he went into politics. Political neutrality in cooperative society doesn't mean that that does not belong to the mass of the society. What is actually saying is when you come for cooperative meetings or when you come discuss whatever that concerns the cooperative, not to come and discuss whether you guys yes or whether no. After all, there was a time in which we have the cooperative society as a party, when we have cooperative as a party. It's a political party. So, and we have just seen that the first cooperative law, the Industrial Provident Act, was made possible because the cooperative members had their people in the parliament. If they hadn't those people in the parliament, it wouldn't have been possible for them. They had lawyers and they had people in the parliament. So, if any person is removing you because or denying you holding a particular position because you are a member of the political party, to me it is wrong. It is very wrong. So long as you don't come into the society and start propagating the policies or whatever a particular political law.
Yes.
Now, for societies registered, like Paul was talking about society owned by NGOs or this. What I normally advocate is such a let the NGO have a particular file that goes one of them. Each of the areas where they have the society, program and the local government where they have the society, we will operate with that their general file, but they will not the name of that particular society. They are all local, but the skeleton, the member cycles with them, and that is one. That is one that is very important. Not when they come from one that goes to those society. They're supposed to have one of them. That's my point. Now, some people that were talking about chief register, our having a chief register or having a you create, when you create an organization, create the hierarchy. Like the states where they have the rules of government. It is not compulsory for them to have direct. If they decide to have the chief register, within that line, they run their line. So that can mean they can, because like if you have invest, the director of the they are wrong there, they have their lives. So it's a question of my people will say what you call your law is what you will have. The name you give your law is what the dog will answer. If you have your own food, somebody find it, the government created that for you, and they should have their own hierarchy. So whatever on the exchange program, well, I don't know whether this is what that comfortably to engage with that. But they may recommend. That's what I can say. They may recommend. And when they recommend, it depends on the states. They accept. But on your own, you like I'm trying to have another state government, and I'm told the first percent of I will let us talk to those people. They will go to them and do about 1 week. Yeah, that's an exchange. They go there. Now, now on laws for regular training and supervision. Again, this is the marketing professionals of Nigeria can only make recommendation. They can only make recommendation. That is why if you look at some of those things I said, the government should help us. This training and this supervision and the rest of it are part of the things the government should help the corporate societies to do. When we came into corporate society in 1995, if we go on corporate societies or something like that, we come in, we have paid LTRC, and we have money. We're going here every time. But these days, I don't say that the most expensive is most of our 5 naira is taking somebody. So you see to go to all those. So if the government can use some project for this type of thing, I think that is one of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chief Professor Okay, Guru in the discipline. Let me just raise an issue. The recommendation be made that the governor or the president shall appoint a fit and proper person to be director of conferences. We didn't say that it's the Icopron that will tell them, but it's somewhere in the law. We also describe what we mean by fit and proper, so that even for all the other requirements, auditor, litigator, and so on, there's a qualification that whoever is going to appoint, that person will follow. So among all the people in the country that are fitted into that description, and not to somebody. Okay. So it's not as if I can go on the director of everything. Okay. Go. I have a special appeal to make. And it's about the tea break. We are here now. But our time is fast spent. So what we're doing is inviting us one row after the other. Quietly. You pick your tea break and you turn to your seat. Please, if you want tea, there's a packet that goes with tea. If you want water, there's a packet that goes with water. Right? The yam goes with water. The tea goes with the small chops. You cannot have the two, please. So let us, when we're inviting us, let us just go there quietly while the program continues to run. It's an appeal, please. God bless you. Thank you very much. The appeal from the national
It's like a directive to the ordinary member. True or false? Okay. So we will invite the second paper presenter while the tea break is going on. And I'm sure that we can handle this. Laura, please go and guide the row by row movement so that we don't crowd that place. And please, if it is not your row yet, don't stand up. Don't make a big deal out of this. Okay.
The registrar of this will just reminded me, I want to share, is that this amendment is not being handled by Icopron. We only made our own submission. There are other stakeholders, CFN also made their own submission. Other international people who are interested in the cooperative development in Nigeria also made their own submission. The Farmers Council also made their own submission. So it is at the end, when they finish aggregating, that's what they're going to do. That's why many of you who are from cooperative societies must have also made inputs through your cooperative societies to CFN. You understand? So but it's important that people say what they want to appear in the law. They will take the final decision. Okay, so we are going to talk on the second paper presenter, another very important paper. Another very important paper, especially for those who are in academics. It has to do with curriculum development. The person that is going to make this presentation on behalf of the Director of Curriculum Development is Mr. Cyril Mbong, who is the Zonal Director, MBTA, South Zonal Office. Please, Mr. Mbong.
It's not 45 minutes. Good. I just landed this morning. The chairman of the section, please permit me to rest on the already established protocol. I am here representing my colleague, my friend, Musa Atim, who is the Director of Curriculum Department. You would have loved to be here, but you know the problem with life schedule in Nigeria today. As yesterday, I was at Benin, they now appealed to me that please I should try and do whatever I was doing in Benin so that I can come represent me here. We are partners in progress, and as a colleague, I accepted to dash in from Benin yesterday. So the paper, appropriate curriculum for cooperative training in tertiary NBTE perspective, is by him, who is the Director of Curriculum Development, National Board for Technical Education. The paper is projected there, no? But it is not. I will just go. I've been told that I've been given 45 minutes. I told the moderator that I don't even need 45 minutes. I will do justice and special grace to it under 20 minutes. We are in the same profession, we are in the same office, so everything about curriculum. For you to rise up to the director, you should know what it means by curriculum development in the board. The practice and training of cooperative in Nigeria has witnessed monumental growth and development over the last few decades, bringing together administrators, practitioners, trainers, and educators under the Icopron. In the past, the profession, whether as practitioners or trainers, was within one line of the scheme of qualification, whose equal standing is below the national award. Mainly, it started with certificates, diplomas, higher diplomas, and advanced or postgraduate diplomas, which are all in the classification of professional development, not as academic awards. When tracing the development of the profession, professionals, experts, and practitioners, you will find that the board is a crossover or allied discipline that sprang out from economics and allied areas into cooperative profession. Today, the profession not only has national qualifications from the root, but has Icopron with any national diploma, HND, higher national diploma, bachelor and higher degrees, offered in a good number of tertiary institutions in Nigeria. The 8th National Conference seeks to revolve around building sustainable multi-sectoral solutions through responsive cooperative leadership. In this period of multifaceted challenges, this conference is making a case for the profession on inclusive and responsive leadership that can situate the practice and training of true professionals in the cooperative sector. This paper, therefore, addresses the curriculum for cooperative training in tertiary institutions with a special perspective on the LPT approach in designing, developing, and delivering the appropriate curriculum in technical, vocational education and training TVET institutions. This sub-theme is a major fulcrum upon which this conference revolves, because only through appropriate curriculum, competence, and skillful professionals are produced who provide responsive and sustained cooperative leadership to achieve multi-sectoral solutions in the cooperative ecosystem. Cooperative education and training in Nigeria. The nature of education is, as it is with all fields of studies, is to produce professionals and those that will go ahead to practice it. Cooperative education has produced the view of professionals in both academics and industries who practice since its introduction after the Second World War. Notable records have shown the enactment of modern cooperative law in 1935, following the recommendation of C.F. Strickland, whose investigation spanning 4 years led to a report in 1934. We are familiar with the first registration of the Bedu Cocoa Marketing Cooperative Society in 1937, and the formal regional organization of this cooperative in 1951. The role of organizing and overseeing the activities has been formally taken over by government, leading to the setting up of units and later departments or ministries to coordinate these activities. The need to provide training for the cooperative supervisors requires formal short-term courses or certification at the early stage. This opened the door for the establishment of cooperative economics as a field of study in our universities, polytechnics, and colleges. The task of providing education to cooperative officers who in turn train cooperative members is growing daily. But the emphasis on formal qualification leading to professional practice is our focus here. The rise of the profession in terms of knowledge background as a stand-alone field of study comes to stay. In the past, it has been domiciled or subsumed under the economics discipline, but to the glory of God, today the story is different. University degrees, polytechnic diplomas are uniquely providing the expertise and reinforcing the cooperative industry stronger and bigger. Whether it is cooperative economics, cooperative studies, cooperative economics and management, the knowledge base is special to the field of cooperative professionals who are in the range of administrators, academics, managers, or practitioners in the practice. The task of building and developing the critical manpower for the cooperative industry is viewed in two folds: education, practitioner, and education for the members of cooperative society. The aim is to empower youths to take up leadership and provide multi-sectoral solutions within the cooperative ecosystem. LET and TVET delivery in Nigeria. As we all know, LET stands for National Board for Technical Education. This organization is empowered by law to coordinate all aspects of technical and professional education, falling outside the university. MIT is a regulatory and supervisory agency for technical, professional education and training in Nigeria. The board oversees the production of technical and technology manpower for the TVET institution, which are mainly polytechnics, monotechnics, specialized institutions such as cooperative colleges, innovation enterprise institutions, professional enterprise institutions, skills training center, and technical colleges. There are currently over 600 plus institutions under the purview of NDC. Technical manpower is in the category of artisans, craftsmen, technicians, and technologists. This cadre and type of manpower possesses the skills and competency to carry out assigned tasks, and they work with the professional manpower towards attaining national economic growth and development. TVET institutions, therefore, are established to award national certifications with standing approvals and recognitions, usually from the National Council of Education, NCE, and the National Council on Establishment. These classes of institutions award the following qualifications: NTC to APC, ANT, ANTC to ANPC. The two are awarded by technical colleges. NBC awarded by DEI. NSQ, National Skill Qualification, National Innovation Diplomas, National Diplomas from the Polytechnics and Innovation Institution, Higher National Diploma from the Polytechnics. The NSQ is designed to accommodate those with skills but have no formal certification, and those who wish to be skilled or upskilled using standardized competency-based industrial training. The NSQ operates on industry requirements, targeting skills specified areas of manpower needs, using level descriptors to define and classify qualification on the basis of knowledge and skills acquired. Therefore, curriculum in the TVET sector. The TVET sector operates with the basic minimum academic standards, BMAS, which is set to design, develop, and implement national minimum standard (NMS) for all programs offered in the institution under it. The BMAS and NMS also sets guidelines, standards, and rules of practice for the training in technical and professional education. The BMAS recognize the national minimum curriculum as well as the national professional standard. The curriculum is designed for diplomas and other certificates, which can either be modular or semester type, while the NOS is for the implementation of NS. The national curriculum is the minimum that might be implemented in all the institutions under NDC. Although there is a latitude for enrichment, which provides for addition above the minimum provided but not below. The key factors of TVET curriculum include the titles of the programs, general information, curriculum table, the conference, the evaluation, the methods, the equipment list, the practical guide, the list of practice. The curriculum is designed using the 7 column with a specific provision, theory, and practical content. TVET system has 3-tier curriculum design. There is what we call the expert group meeting, the development workshop, review workshop stages. Now, the expert group meeting is an approach that helps to familiarize the proposers with the TVET curriculum system and how best to approach it. A curriculum is developed when such a program does not exist at all. Each stage or 3 stages: the expert group, the pre-critic, and the final critic. The curriculum undergoes this review where it develops after 5 years. The distinctive features between student curriculum and other to emphasize the balance between theory and practice. This curriculum is designed in the following structure. Just like I said, general education, foundation courses, post-professional courses, science. The science undertaken while in school. Second year. Civil qualification, especially the LA and the HND, are structured for 5 years to equal the university duration as equivalent award. I'm sure you are all aware of this. The first 2 years for LA and second 2 years HND, with in between 1 year mandatory industrial training. 1 year actually is not the same as science because it is looked as part of every requirement into HND and for purpose of mobilization. Civil curriculum portion panel, whether for development or review, is composed of key stakeholders like you for its effective development and delivery. The panel consists of the professional body, which is regulating the practice of the profession like cooperatives. Civil the university representative for career articulation, industry representative for practical and employment, and the MBT staff as subject officer for. The approach to curriculum design and development other MBT follows the group taxonomy model and the university with content-specific narrowing to skills area within students. The role of MBT in cooperative training in Nigeria. The foundation of cooperative education has been delivered using technical instruction due to short-term nature of the and the target outcome. Certificate and diplomas to obtain from these objectives and objectives, such that the speed provides a transition from one qualification to another. The polytechnics and science institutions through entity have remained committed and consistent with the production of over 60% manpower in cooperative profession. Therefore, the future of cooperative profession has appropriate profession. The rising potential of cooperative profession in Nigeria provide a very unique future for the industry. Expanding knowledge, well-trained practitioners, and the upcoming professional regulatory body are key indicators of positive things to come. They need to strengthen the teaching curriculum into well-rounded ability and the desire to unbundle HND into specific skills area can do a lot of wonders for the profession in Nigeria. This area, as we propose, would be agricultural cooperative, being libraries, industrial workers cooperative, cooperative microfinance, producers and consumer cooperative, cooperative education and extension, cooperative auditing to accounting, cooperative development and planning are core areas that in the future may shape the practice of cooperative in Nigeria. There is need to also develop a norms in line with the skills area that require such competencies within the profession. It is necessary to review the equity and equity curricula to update this with current realities. In conclusion, therefore, the theme for this year's conference seeks to address the benefits of sustaining multi-sectoral solutions using responsive cooperative leadership, which is itself a product of the appropriate curriculum for the teaching, delivery, and practice of cooperative professionals in Nigeria. Thank you very much. I present Coco's paper. Thank you very much. I think that was very snappy and well commended. We are going to take a few questions and responses. And sir, I hope you've already taken down the questions and the answer. Are you ready? Number one, nobody wants to talk about the curriculum here. Okay, number two, number three, number four, and myself, number five. Okay, number one. 1 minute, sir.
Go. I have privilege here. So, okay. Yes, let me thank the presenter for a very good work he has done. I think he has mentioned that this subject matter, developing the curriculum is a very bad one. But I'm particularly more interested in the aspect of partnership that is resulting in developing cooperative curriculum. I remember sometime around 2013, when I was the federal director of cooperatives, we needed to do some work in improving the curriculum of federal cooperative colleges. And we are looking for people to help us. So we had to chase new people, MBTE, in Kaduna and all over the place. That was when we are trying to expand the scope of the educational program of the federal cooperative colleges. We needed to move it away from this where they are. So you came and we are very helpful. I'm also happy that in your paper you acknowledge the issue of synergy that you now have in this Institute of Cooperative Professionals of Nigeria, which means in future, when you have a need to revise the early cooperative program, you will invite the Institute to partner with you in that respect. So we are happy about that. And let me also say that I want to see the state directors participate more actively. This is their program. I want them to be deeply involved in the discussions because that shows us that they are following what is happening. We have very important role to play. For instance, in developing a program at whatever level it is. So there is also need, part of the program needs to include the issue of peer review. Peer review, we try to introduce it that time. We carried it around 2014 in Kaduna, and we felt that this is an activity that needs to be going on every 2 years or something like that, so that people need to catch up. The different, because some of the colleges grow at their own level. So they need to share experiences, and catch up. So I think that is just the remark I want to make. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Number 2. One minute.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Mine is just a contribution. Sorry. Are you applying? Daniel Kowag on the stage. I am an academic staff, and this issue of curriculum paper that was just presented is what I wanted to ask for a bit elaboration. One among the elaboration is that we know LDTE proposes dual certification apart from the professional study as a student rate in some schools. He is expected to have extra certification on skills. So we want the LDTE representative to give us more elaboration regards to this. Then another thing is the issue of practicalizing the theoretical aspect of cooperative education. I believe is one of the major challenges we are having. So I want, or I expect the LDTE should give us more courage on designing more practical aspects regards to cooperative education. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 3. It's number 4, we're coming closer. Number 4, we're coming closer. And number 5, we're coming closer. Okay. I first and foremost want to thank the leadership of the SC for once again, my name is Brian Fatai. I want to thank the leadership of the Institute for bringing MBT to the conference, and as the registrar has noted, I also believe and expect that the synergy will be extended beyond this conference, so that we can have the kind of collaboration opportunity that ICANN has with NUC. Then secondly, on the curriculum for cooperative, I have an opinion that the curriculum, I'm privileged to have access to the existing curriculum, and my immediate concern is that at the ND level, the content of the curriculum appears to be very general, such that the holder of the National Diploma in Cooperative Economics, for example, may not be easily at home to give effective managerial and administrative advice to a cooperative society. My own expectation is that the national diploma holder is to be a middle-level managerial personnel. And for that person to be able to fit into that role, should have in-depth understanding of the management and administration of cooperatives. So that I think that curriculum is sufficient in that area. So I want to advise that in future review, the board should involve practitioners of cooperatives so I can be better guided. Then secondly,
Secondly, after the 2-year national diploma that is supposed to be, I think it's CWES that is scored. And my idea and expectation that the objective of the CWES is for the students to be able to be exposed practically to the theory that they taught in the class. But what we often find is that the students are reluctant to go to where they can get that practical exposure. Rather, they go to other business organizations where they do not get involved with anything cooperative. And to me, I think that takes away the effectiveness of that training. So I don't know what the board is doing in that area, such that the CWES can actually expose them practically to cooperative practice. Thank you very much. Thank you. Number 4. No, please. 1 minute.
Good morning, operators, president standing on existing protocols. The issue of curriculum in corporate, my name is Dr. Mark Kokoroji. I'm the director, Center for Agri-Premium and Cooperative Research and Practice, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, Awka. I'm also a lecturer in the Department of Corporate Economics and Management. As a practitioner and a professional of cooperative, the issue of curriculum is very, very key because cooperative is a child of necessity. Therefore, these students that we are teaching cooperative every day are the future of this country. They are the future of the community. They are the light. They are the ones to enlighten the people more on cooperative. Even though the parents that have been involved in cooperative over the years, they may not have the real knowledge, the practical part of it, but they are the solution to it. Therefore, I want to ask a question from a practical point of view. How can curriculum be structured to ensure that students develop both technical skills and also a soft skill that will be necessary for the success of the cooperative program? After my BSc, I was sent to the Department of Cooperative in Bayelsa State, Yelegua. I want to give all glory to God. I want to appreciate the late Chief Allah and our director, Barrister Sese, that is here. He is presently the director of Cooperative. Barrister Sese, please, where are you? Just lead the way. Okay. So now, going there as a student, so as for my CWES 1-year program, I now also tell them what I know from the professional part of view on cooperative, that cooperative is supposed to be autonomous. Then the cooperative, they were in one room. And the high chief, who is the director general of cooperative of Bayelsa State, that is here, Chibabolo, he can also attest to this. So with that, the ideas I brought, the then DG proposed the Bureau for Cooperative Development for Bayelsa State, and today it is a very big directorate that has brought changes to the cooperative in various aspects. So I want it that really be that let it be compulsory that students will be going for their either nothing less than 6 months training on cooperative in a well-practiced cooperative organization. That they can broaden their skills, also help the society, and with that, we'll have the best out of this curriculum. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The last. Who's the last? For myself. Okay. Thank you very much. No, you didn't raise your hand. You didn't get that. Please, facilitate yourself. Because of times. Now, we are talking about the curriculum, which is what will guide the kind of training that the students studying cooperative economic and management will get. And invariably, the skills he or she will have at the end of the day. And the skills that the graduate will now have to face employment. And we know that from the cooperative law, the cooperative, the director is supposed to be an accountant, an auditor, an arbitrator, an inquirer, to do all those things because he has those powers. Can we include in this curriculum the kind of arrangement that ICANN has with some institutions? For instance, in my school, Federal Polytechnic Executive, by the time you graduate as an accountant, you would have already taken 10 out of the 15 courses you need to become a chartered accountant. So that when the person now comes out, the person now takes 5 other exams with ICANN and becomes a chartered accountant. All they needed to do was to put this thing in the curriculum. Cooperative professionals, accounts of cooperative society, they audit cooperative society. Why can't we have this kind of arrangement so that while preparing the curriculum, let us have those accounting courses? By the time a graduate of cooperative comes out, he was already 3/4 close to becoming a chartered accountant. This ICANN is difficult. You try ANAN, so they take the remaining exams with ANAN and become chartered accountants. Because this, you're talking about practice. It's either he does it in the cooperative sector, or when he gets a certificate, he goes and becomes a chartered accountant practicing on his own with that cooperative finance. That is also what happens in arbitration. We have an institute of arbitrators now. Why don't we inculcate the courses that will lead somebody to become a fellow in that institute as part of our course? So that by the time the person graduates with an HND, he's already reported to become a chartered arbitrator. And so with this, if even outside the cooperative sector, will be called upon to be practicing arbitration, so that we don't keep looking for formal employment. If we give these people the skills that can give them self-employment out there. So that's it.
Thank you very much. Honestly speaking, if I had gotten less than 5 questions, it would have meant that we're not talking. But out of the 5 people that spoke, almost everything is about curriculum, sideways, and IT. However, let me attempt them one after the other. The first speaker spoke about partnership. So I want to tell you that in curriculum development, we thank you very much. In curriculum review, curriculum development, we are open to partnership. Now, before a curriculum is called national curriculum, a national curriculum, it passes through 3 stages. there is the group work, the pre-critic, and the post-critic. And the people involved in all this, just as is stated in the paper, we have 3 to 4 categories of people. One, we have people from the academia. For a national and a higher national diploma curriculum, we will get people from both the university and the polytechnics. We will carry, before we develop or before we review anything, we will carry at least one lecturer from, say, Federal Polytechnic, Kalamanoda, and then one senior lecturer from, let's say, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, to take care of the academic aspect. And then we'll come to the industry and pick 2 people from the industry. And then we'll come to the regulatory body and pick 2 people too. And then the NBT staff, who is the subject officer, will act as the coordinator. And what is he doing there is work is just to give you a guide on how curriculum are properly worded. Like in our own case, we have a 7-color curriculum structure. So we are always open and we synergize with all the sectors. So, then when you talk about peer group review, that's why in the paper I have said or here inform us that the current ND and HMD curriculum for cooperative economic and management was developed in 2018. I know that the time frame for review of curriculum is 5 years. So already it is due for review. And by the time we go into reviewing that curriculum, you will be informed, you will be involved. It cannot be only NPT staff. That's why we call you resource persons. If you look at any of the national curriculum, you will see at the end, at the back page, you will see the resource persons that were involved in developing or reviewing that curriculum. Mr. Aliu asked a question about going to school and coming out with 2 qualifications. Yes, you can see I make proof to say that my executive secretary, the digital, well-focused, dedicated Professor Idris Mohammed Tajik, has introduced this thing that is so unique and special. He came up with an idea that skills, not just degree, skills. And we thank God and we make proof that it's because of his finding effort that today the federal government has introduced and made it mandatory for students and people in primary and junior secondary to do at least 1 or 2 mandatory 15 skills or craft, which have been introduced into primary and junior secondary school. So because of that, in NPT, we came up with what we call mandatory skills qualification for our MD and our HND students. As we go to school, you qualify MD, cooperative economics and development. There is nothing wrong if you're having a skill in telephony. There is nothing wrong if you are having a skill in other packaging or in other makeup. In addition to your qualification, one of the facilitators here said that let us invite into our students this curriculum that they will not just be job seekers, but they should be job providers. That's why we are teaching that they come out with 2 qualifications or 2 certificates from their national or higher national diploma. That's the explanation for that exam. And then the practical aspects, if you check the curriculum, sir, you'll see that the key features of our curriculum The key feature of our curriculum has to do, we have practical and workshop reviews. We have practical in each of the, unfortunately, I don't come with a sample of a curriculum I will show you. This where you have the class experiment, and then there's a column for practical, and there's a column for assessment and method of assessment and evaluation. So the practical issues are embedded in all NPT curriculum. Ibrahim said something about ND curriculum. Now, there is a difference. ND is a diploma that qualifies you or that leads you to acquiring more advanced certification in your profession. And you know very well that cooperative development or cooperative studies initially was supplied in economics. So developing the first and the second curriculum for cooperative development, yeah, those foundation courses, what we call foundation courses and GNS, all cut across economics and social development and so on. That's why it looks as if it's a little much of general. But by the time you go to HND, you get into your specification. And that's why we are even proposing the unbundlement of cooperative economics and management. I said it in the paper. Then you also said something about IC and sales. They are two different things entirely. And right now, and we have come up with guidelines. This year, I'm sure we are all aware that some corporates will be mobilized from the NYC camp. So polytechnic corporates will be mobilized. It was as a result of some schools who practice sharp practice. Sideways is student industrial work skill. Student industrial work experience skill. Sideways. It is supposed to be for 3 to 4 months. Second semester of AD1, you go for sideways. Or first semester of AD2. That 3 months is when you come back and learn. But IT is 1 full year program where you go for really industrial training. Now it qualifies you to go for HND. We have a certificate now that has been designed, it has been approved, it has been given to all institutions. Before you admit into HND, that pupil, that student, that diplomat must show this certificate. And we are using a QR code. That's why we are saying before you admit into HND, you must pass through NPTE HND admission portal. Then the director, Dr. Mark, said something about curriculum being in practicals. Yeah. But you can see national curriculum is minimum. National curriculum is the minimum standard. Each institution is allowed to enrich their curriculum, but you are not allowed to reduce anything. So if you see the contents of the national curriculum, which is the minimum standard, minimum specification, there is nothing wrong. You can add local contents. You can add local contents to enrich your curriculum. And finally, cooperative laws. I don't have an idea about what it's all about, but there is room for synergy. And I want to tell you that by the time we will develop our next, or we'll review the next curriculum for AD and HND curriculum, if approval is given for the unbundlement, because we've proposed that cooperative economic and management at HND level should be unbundled into five areas, just as we have computer science and mass communication now. We will all invite you And if you are involved in the first stage, you can never be involved in the second stage. So some other people come and critique what you've done. And if you are involved in the critique section for the post-critic, you will not be involved. Thank you very much, and God bless. Please, a big round of applause for me. Thank you very much. Like you said, this discussion has not ended. When they will get to, because following their own regulation, after 5 years, the subsisting curriculum will have expired or will be due for amendment. So we hope that that amendment will come up sooner than later, so that we can all factor in all these issues raised here to make it richer and produce better professionals at the end of the day. Thank you. Okay, before we take the next paper, we are going to use 5 minutes to introduce a book written about the father of Nigerian cooperative movement. We have 5 minutes, my dear, to come and make that presentation. Where? I want to use this video to thank President Icopron and the recognize representative of Cooperative Federation of the President and next year, our father, Raju Asi. Thank you very much. My name is Ayo Bello, yes, particularly Cooperative Limited, the number 1 cooperative organization in Nigeria. Why I think the number 1 cooperative in Nigeria is that we are the fastest of all cooperatives. And we started from 1928. We started from Cooperative Union of Western Nigeria, which later dovetailed into Cooperative Investment and Cross Society in Nigeria. And later, Cooperative Convolution. This came about during the amalgamation of all the entities in Southwest Nigeria. And as you all know, we have studied many history of cooperative and was an part of Baba Obisheto, who is the first president of the Cooperative Commission of Nigeria, the president of Association of Nigeria Cooperative Exporters, ANSER, the president of Cooperative Union of Western Nigeria, the president or chairman of the board of Cooperative Bank of Western Nigeria, which later transformed into Cooperative Bank of Nigeria, and later now we have Icopron. Now, what we are doing is this. We successfully gather all the facts and the history of how cooperative emerges. And this was compiled and codified into a book. By the grace of God, I was able to pass through some professional course in cooperative late last year, and I discovered that there are some of our issues that are not properly documented or does not follow the true position of cooperative. But as God will have it, late last month, we were able to launch this book, The Life and Times of late Chief Icopron Conference, MBE OBE Gefi, 1887 to 1962, father of Nigerian cooperative movement. And this is recommended for every scholar here, academia, union, for us to know our true story, not the one given to us by outside. This is the true story and the true history of cooperative movement in Nigeria. And this is the first man that was given that mandate to push, to establish, and to let us know what are the principles of cooperative. So I won't take much of our time. We have limited copies of these books. So I will encourage us, at least buy one for your society, buy one for yourself, and know the history of cooperative. It's not too much and it's not too expensive. It's just a package sum of 7,000. And I brought a very limited copy to Port Harcourt because I have to pay excess luggage fee on flight. But if you are to pay it back where we brought it from, we sell one at 10,000 naira. So because we are professional operators, I have to give you a discount of 2,500 because I don't want to pay excess luggage while you're traveling back to the destination. God bless you. Thank you. Thank you very much. You heard of the Odua cooperative conglomerate. Odua exists and operates in the West. They are very strong supporters of the cooperative movement and of Icopron. When we were pursuing the appeal to charter, they gave very handsome support to Icopron. And that's why when we have an opportunity like this, we accommodate them in our program. So if you want people who want to patronize them, go ahead and do so. Thank you very much. The next paper is going to be novel. It's not like the paper where everybody will be discussing from their different experiences. I bet you that not many of us will have had experience in this sector, especially the practical aspect of it. It's going to be the paper presenter will answer questions surrounding the prospects of cooperatives going into electricity generation and distribution in Nigeria, the way it is in the United States of America. The paper presenter is the president of Total Support Energy Group. He studied electrical and electronics engineering and attended the University of Nigeria and Harvard. He is the pioneer president of Natural Gas Infrastructure Association of Nigeria. He is also a consultant and energy professional who collaborates part-time with investment professionals to promote business innovation and investor education. Fellow operators, may I welcome the Dr. Obani Agileme to come and present this paper. Dr. Thank you, sir.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you all hear me? Okay, awesome. First of all, let me thank Icopron for inviting me to talk to you guys. The prospect of investing in Nigeria gas power public chain. My understanding of cooperatives to take care of the members of the cooperative. And that includes investing in businesses that will make the cooperative sustainable. Is my assumption correct? Yes? Okay, good. This session we're going to do as interactive as possible. See the screen. Okay, good. The subject matter today is prospects, opportunities, and challenges in the Nigerian electricity, gas, and power industry value chain. Everybody in Nigeria is an expert in power. All the way from whoever owns Apart My Neighbor. We all know what Apart My Neighbor is. All the way to the biggest IP in Nigeria. Now, the reason it's important to frame this our discussion today is when you understand your problem, that you can actually think of the solution. If you do not understand your problem and how you got into that problem, every solution you come out with will fail. Now, this statement I just made should force you to realize why we have not been able to solve the problem. What I just said, does it make sense? Okay. So, in summary, we probably have been driving around aimlessly trying to solve a problem we do not understand. So it's important today that if you take away one thing, let it be that you first of all understand the origins of this problem we have with power, and that you start thinking about solutions. Let me also make a few generic statements. The wealthiest, richest people in the world, most of the time, they become wealthy and rich because they solved a problem for the masses, not just a problem for themselves. Number two, if you do not understand the origin of your problem, or you do not study the history of your trajectory, you are going to keep failing. Let me just stop at those two before we dive into the presentation. Today, we are going to try to answer a few questions, 6 of them specifically. Why? How? Where? What? When? Who? We will not address them in any particular order. As we go through the presentation, we will start to see where some of this fall in. Where we are today as a nation in Nigeria, if you look at, this is all with respect to gas, power, liquid fuels, and transportation. Why have I outlined these 4 headlines? When you look at them, they are all tied at the waist. We do not have power, largely because our gas supply. We do not have liquid fuels, petrol, diesel, and coal, largely because our refineries are not working and we have to fall. Now that the regulation has taken effect, it's become a problem for everyone. So even when there is no power in the grid, on the grid, you also do not have enough money to go and fuel your gas line. So you have a problem. If you don't have fuel and you don't have power, transportation is a problem. Is there anyone here today that has not experienced doubling, tripling, quadrupling of transport? Can I see a hand who has, anybody who has not experienced it? No hand is up. So you can start to see why we are focusing on these 3 areas. So we have largely identified the problem. Let's see, what should we be doing and where should we be going? Let's take up transportation first. Like I said, we are not addressing some of these things in any particular order. So if we want transportation to be cheap, we have to take measures to make sure that transport fares are low. How do you make transport fares low? Reduce the price of food. Since we have said no more subsidy is gone, that was the first thing our president uttered when
it was inaugurated. So it's gone, at least on paper. What that means is we have to find an alternative. What is that alternative? One that comes to mind is walking or buying bicycle. What that means is you cannot go far. You just restrict yourself to your neighborhood. That means also food cannot come from Makurdi to here. You better be ready to grow your own food. So we have to find alternatives, and we have alternatives coming out of our ears. Nigeria is a gas nation. I know most of you have heard, oh, we are one of the biggest crude producers. We are the 6th largest gas producer, and we have not even passed 10% of our gas resource. So in reality, Nigeria is a gas nation that produces little oil. So does it make sense that you're burning all that gas as flare gas and you're importing petrol after exporting your food? So if I say Nigeria, we're actually a stupid nation. Will you be offended now that you know? It doesn't make sense. You produce crude, you allow your refineries to die, you export the crude, you now take the scarce foreign exchange you have, you import petrol, and like we were doing before, you decide to subsidize that petrol. So it's a vicious circle that can only lead you to death. So for us to get out of that, we must prioritize using the gas that we have to aid both power and transportation. Now, electric vehicles are hybrid vehicles. This may sound strange to many people, but if we get the electricity right, technology has presented us with the opportunity to go electric also. So the sooner we start dealing with this, the better for everybody. Now, these things I'm talking about needs serious funding. It's either government is funding it or government is providing the enabling environment, or private industry is funding it, or you have a hybrid, private, public partnership. So how should we make some of these things possible and quickly too? So we need to provide intervention funding. We need to provide the enabling environment for private industry to join government to make a lot of these things possible. I've broken these things down like this so that it's easy for a child to understand. I know most of us here are not technical people. So if you see that I've broken it down like this, I'm sure you understand what. Now, when we say we, who are the we? We is us here and government also. So we is not private industry, it's not just government also, it's both parties. It's very important that we understand this, especially cooperatives. Now, why is this important? Cooperatives, as I understand it, you go from the national level all the way down to the grassroots at the local government level. Am I correct in that assumption? Good. Very soon we will see why it's important that we start to talk to cooperatives. If not as investors, at least as enablers. Next slide. Okay. Now,
the way the world is going now, everybody is going clean energy, this, that. So whatever solutions we recommend, now that we know the way the world, now that we have a sense of what our problem is, we have to set out criteria that these solutions must meet. One of them is that it must be safe. If it's not safe, forget it. It must be repeatable. By repeatable, I mean if it's something I can do, I must simplify it in such a way that Mr. President or the woman at the back there can say, I can do this business too. So you can repeat it, you can copy and paste it. It must be sustainable. By sustainable, you want that business not to be a 1 month business, 1 year business. It needs to be 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, so that it's not a flash in the pan. Nigeria is not known for maintenance of whatever solution we will propose today must be maintainable. If you can't maintain it, just like we have not maintained our refineries, they will die. The impact must be high. The impact should not be felt only by the people at the top. The impact should reach nearly everybody at the bottom of the pyramid. It has to be reliable. It's just like your car, you want to start your car every morning and it should start. If you maintain it, well, it will happen. And it has to be available. When you need it, if you need to light up your room, you press the switch, that light has to come on. It also has to be commercially viable. Now let's back up a little bit. We said subsidy before, not so. So if it is not commercially viable, will a cooperative invest in it? Good. One other problem that we did not mention at the beginning, employment generation. One of the biggest in Nigeria today is unemployment. We have hundreds of thousands and millions of youths with nothing to do. To compound that problem, some of them are nearly untrainable. So we must be in a position to quickly get ourselves to where our young people become trainable. We train them and we provide a place for them to go and practice what we have taught them. Now, last but not the least, whatever we do, it must include renewable energy. That's the way the world is going today. We have all seen the effect of climate change. Is there anybody here today that doesn't believe in climate change? Anybody? Climate change is real. Today, we have seen that the average temperatures in Nigeria is rising. You don't have to be an old man to know. Today, we have seen that most of our coastal communities have been flooded out. Today, we have also seen that our weather patterns are changing. Last year, we hardly had any harmattan. These things have consequences. These things are also largely caused by human activity. So some of it we must solve by changing how we do things. Next slide. Let me also, as we define the envelope of our discussion today, let's look at the societies we want to become like, the countries we want to aspire to be like. What makes them different? There are at least 10 key things we can point at here. Adequate funding and implementation for good education.
Notice that we are not talking about cooperatives or power or fuel here. For you to solve any of these problems, you have to be educated. Adequate funding and implementation for good healthcare. If you're sick, forget it. You're not going to be able to do any of this stuff. Adequate funding for energy sufficiency. Sadly, in the last 40, 50 years, Nigeria has not invested in its energy infrastructure. All we have been doing has been like patching your tire that already has 20 punctures. So when you patch this one today, tomorrow, the other 19 that you patched before will start leaking. So we should not be surprised with the result. If you keep doing the same thing and you're expecting a different result, you're joking. And of course, when I came here today, in fact, every meeting or lecture I go to talk about or attend conference, I have made a mental habit of scanning the room to see how many women are there. This may sound like a joke, but let's try to be logical about it. Women make up like 52% of the world population. So if you do not include them in solving the problems you have, are you not being stupid? The other thing is that economy needs to be largely driven by private industry. This is regardless of whether you're in Nigeria or you're in America or you're in Europe. Governments are not designed to run businesses, period. But when your government is the business, as we have it in Nigeria today, you will have the results we have today. I'm sorry, we're all Nigerians, so we have to tell ourselves some truths. So the solution has to start from knowing, okay? We also have to commit to cleaner environment, cleaner public transportation that is reliable, and of course, security. If you do not have security, if you doubt what I'm saying, go ask the farmers of North in Taraba State. They have planted, they have weeded, but they cannot harvest. Why? No security. So, ripple effect, there is going to be hunger in the land. So this is important. Now, last but not the least, ease of doing business. If you have problems to set up your little businesses, it's a vicious cycle. Now, I know our topic today is electricity, gas, energy. Let me just highlight some of the things that has happened to our laws that is tailored towards solving some of these problems. The next 3 slides, basically, 4 slides actually, talks about some of these laws. Let me summarize this next 4 slides by just telling the House that because of the experience of private practitioners like myself and many others, there's no point sitting on our board and saying it's not working, it's not working. We also must challenge the system. We also must go and do something about it. Let me buttress this by telling you a little story. We decided to start solving some problems within our power. So we went and built an IPP for area market as part of the federal government initiative to encourage local production. We had a lot of government support in terms of the federal government getting out their state to provide the land for the IPP. Abia State government sat down with the market union to sign a power purchase agreement with us. So it's a good case of government providing some enabling environment. It's also a classic case of where you find regulations and ambiguity that can mess up a very well-intentioned project. So fast forward, we delivered this project. Great project. We planned it to be in phases. Area has about 36,000 shops. We said we will take 12,000 shops, phase 1, 24, phase 2, and then we take the rest of them. But lo and behold, as soon as we commissioned that project was so impactful that the president there, in 2019, President Buhari came and commissioned it. Mind you, it was not a government project. Though the government would like to take credit for it, which nothing is wrong with that. But as soon as we commissioned that project, the very next day, no, it was commissioned on a Saturday. By Monday, Enugu Disco sued us. And what was the problem? They said we had encroached on their franchise area. And they said we have to pay damages, 2 billion. This story touches on all the aspects I had talked about earlier. What they did not know was that we also did our homework. So we went to court, beat them. They went to appeal, we beat them. The problem was the law was ambiguous with respect to whether the disco had exclusivity or not. So now that that problem became explicit, we took it upon ourselves to go back to the House of Rep and Senate to point these things out. And we did 3 major workshops for them. Long story short, that is what led to this new power reform. So the law now allows you as a private individual to have your power station, your distribution network, and your meter. The law has gone further to say this is no longer the exclusive list of federal government. And so the reason I'm telling you this story is so that you realize that you and I can actually do something. We can actually effect serious change. So this is a law that has now enabled every state government, every LGA to be able to do this. By the year 2020, they could not do this. Why am I telling you this story? I have now drilled down as a new law, and you can operate down the local government level. As cooperatives, you're operating at the federal, and you're also operating at the local. So now you don't have limits to what you can invest in. Okay? And the gas side, also gas supply was an issue. So this problem now forced us to start thinking about our gas and power problems, not just power. And what it meant was we had to find a way to line up 3 or 4 beds and try to shoot them with one bullet. Is it doable? Yes. Did we know that we could do this 10, 15 years ago? No. 10, 15 years ago, it was in an exclusive list. You didn't even think about it. But today, not many people know. And part of the reason I'm here is to make you know so that you can also make others know that these things are possible, especially today. So it is possible. One question quickly comes to mind. How can cooperatives invest in generation, distribution, you're not experts in gas, you're not experts in power, you're not experts in transportation, and you have to invest that money. It is very tempting as a cooperative to just carry your money and put it in treasury bills. Do you guys do that already? Yes. But if you just restrict yourselves to treasury bills or fixed deposits, you may be shooting yourself in the foot. You may also be doing something else that you really didn't know about, that you, after today, you will know. If you don't diversify your investments, you're actually contributing to the unemployment. I need that to sink in. If you want, as a cooperative, to be completely safe, let me put my money in fixed deposit, let me put it in treasury bills. Just be aware that by not taking a little risk and diversifying your investment, you actually, does it make sense? Good. So now that we know, what are we going to do? We will have to roll over and actually start doing things. Please scroll down. Keep going down. So where should cooperatives invest in? You don't really need to look far. You should invest in greenfield projects. Greenfield projects are projects that just start from scratch. And these projects has to be the ones promoted by established and credible industry players. Cooperatives are by nature risk averse. True? Yes. Because you cannot take the money of your members and play capital. So you have to make sure that your due diligence is tight. So you invest in credible companies, greenfield projects. You should also invest in brownfield projects. This may actually be more attractive to you at the beginning, so that as a cooperative, when you learn a little bit more, you can now attempt to go to the greenfield one. Now that the laws have changed, you should first start with the states that have taken the bold steps to enact that the enact law and set up commissions that the new bill, the power reform bill, has enabled. Today, Lagos State is there, Rivers State is on its way there, Enugu State is there already, Akwa Ibom State. There are many states. There are about 12 states that have crossed that bridge. And all the other states are running to follow suit. So as a cooperative, you should find out if you really intend to invest in this value chain. We will not put your money yet in states that are not ready. Okay. Now let's look at what is a normal gas value chain. Next slide, please. Okay. If you look at the typical gas value chain, you go to the oil well, you drill the well, you typically will produce oil and gas. And what normally happens is the crude is exported because the market is hot. No problem selling the crude. However, because you cannot store the gas, it's either you process the gas, remove all the impurities and liquids, and put it in a pipeline, if you have a pipeline. Or you do like we're still doing in Nigeria, you burn it. Today, we have reduced our flare volumes by over 60%. And we did that by one singular act, allowing NLNG to happen. So all the gas, government invested heavily in gathering all that gas and channeling it to body. Before NLNG happened, all the democracies and all the other people were busy arguing, where will it be? Who will drive it? And ironically, it took a dictator like Abacha to make it happen. So today we have NLNG, thanks to Abacha, and it's one of the single largest and most profitable investments we have as a nation. However, NLNG does not mop up all that gas, so we still flare a lot. This is a problem, is also an opportunity. Based on realizing this opportunity, people like me sat down with government and said, look, this problem needs to become an opportunity. So we set up what we call Nigerian Gas Flare Commercialization Program. On the other hand, we set up what we call National Gas Expansion Program. And the whole idea was to try to align government, private industry to where we can line up 4 of our big problems and solve them with one bullet. Okay? So if you look at that value chain, you put gas in the pipeline, you transmit it, you send it to power stations, they produce power and put on the grid and send to industry. Let's assume that the world is perfect. You send all this power to the power station and they pay you for the gas you sent to them. In reality, this is what happens. Today, Nigeria has installed capacity about 14,000 megawatts. Please follow these numbers closely. So generation, Nigeria today, if we had all the gas, we can generate 14,000 megawatts. However, moving that power from the generation to the distribution, we only able to move 5,000. So major problem right there. You can generate 14, but you can only move 5. So from the beginning, your efficiency is less than almost like 40%. So you see the first problem there. Now you're able to move only 5. That 5 you move because the network is so weak and so badly maintained. Remember, I told you for 40, 50 years, we didn't really invest. We didn't buy any new tools. We were busy patching our old team. Of that 5 that you moved, you lose at least 1 due to leakages, inefficiency. When it gets to the disco, let's say it gets to Port Harcourt, you hand it to the Port Harcourt district. The disco, by the time it gets to your house, remember, let's say you receive 4. By the time it gets to your house, you've lost 1 or 2. So as a nation, here we are. We're able to make 14. We're only able to deliver 2, sometimes 3 to the end user. So you can now see why they are past my neighbors, the diesel generators, and every other thing. Today, a very conservative estimate that they are past my neighbor local generating capacity in Nigeria today stands at about 90. Let that sink in. I need you to understand why every Nigerian is an expert in power. Because we have allowed the problem to fester, people are doing self-help. So how do we solve our problem? Recall, we have an environmental crisis. We have a fuel crisis now. We have a transmission crisis. We have a leakage crisis. We have a legal crisis. All these things are tied together like a waste, and we must untie them systematically. And the people that will untie all these things are us, in collaboration with a willing government. Has our government been willing in the past? No. They wanted to hold the power. But as we can clearly see, government is being now forced to the realization they have to let go of some. It's now up to us to pick up the slack as they let go. And this is where it becomes important for cooperatives to come in. So already we are solving part of our problems by ourselves. They were doing it in a horribly expensive way. So for you in your house, if I'm able to reduce your diesel petrol cost from 1,200, 1,400, if I can bring it down to 600, 700, will you be happy?
Yes.
And if I'm able to provide an alternative that costs that 600, 700, or lower, to bypass that rate and deliver your own power where you need it, which is your home or your business. So you can start to see the nexus between the gas and the power and the renewables, your solar. Many houses today have solar and they have inverters. It's because you have been forced. If you go abroad, you won't see these things in people's houses. Because people are used to a system that works, you flip the switches, work. So now that we are where we are, we have to solve our problem. Next slide. This is how we solve this problem. Now note, if you look at the top, that's the traditional gas value chain that we just looked at. That gas value chain ignores
anybody who is not near the big pipeline. It turns out that the pipeline footprint we have in Nigeria is less than 0.05% of what is required. So if we depend on gas pipeline to get, we will probably wait for 100 years. So what do? We have to leap from. And that brings us to the real value chain because so that gas has been that we need to stop the flaring so we stop polluting the environment. Take that gas, process it, make CNG, make LNG, make LPG. CNG is compressed natural gas. That's one area cooperatives can invest in. LNG is liquefied natural gas. That's another area rich cooperatives can invest in. LPG, we've been using LPG. But how many of us know that the LPG we've been using for the last 40, 50 years are largely imported? How many? Not many. But that is a fact. About 10 years ago, NLNG started redirecting some of the LPG they make for export back into Nigeria. So here we are in Port Harcourt. NLNG makes LPG. Because our river channel is so narrow and small, they take it to Lagos for small ships to load into Lagos. They load that LPG into trucks, and the truck drives back down. So you can start to see why your LPG is expensive. But if we're able to set up these modern stations wherever we're flaring that, we will actually start making this LPG locally. You make LPG in the course of making LNG or in the course of making pipeline gas. You strip LPG out of it. You can start to see where these 3 million jobs I was talking about will come. When all these industries are running, they'll be manned by Nigerians now, not be so. So once you make your pipeline gas, you make your CNG, you make your LNG, you deliver it to the end user. Now the end user, it could be a power station, it could be an office, it could be an industry, it could be anybody, it could be the woman frying a curry. If I'm able to make LPG cheap enough, where it is cheaper for her instead of using firewood, I will be helping reduce deforestation. I will be helping reduce her cost. So it all adds up. So we can actually leapfrog from solving a big national problem and solving everybody's problem at the village level. And cooperatives are a critical part of making that happen. Now, if you're talking of EV, once you solve your gas problem and your power problem, it becomes easy to solve the electric vehicle problem. 20 years ago, China was heavy on CNG. Today, they are heavy on electric vehicles. CNG has reduced from 95% to like 10%, while electric vehicles has increased from 5–10% to 90%. We will be stupid as a nation if we do not pay attention to that dynamic. So while we say, yeah, let's do CNG LNG, we must also start doing electric vehicles small. Yeah. And electric vehicles goes from electric bicycles to electric motorbikes to electric to electric cars. Next slide. Now let's get to business.
Okay, we still have 10 minutes of talking and then we'll go to questions. For any business to work, be private industry, be government, there are 3 legs that must stand, regardless of the business, whatever business that is. First thing, you have to have supply assurance. Let's say I am making power and I need gas to make power. If I am not assured of gas supply to my business, will it work? Good. At the other end is market assurance. If I have gas, I make power, and I don't have who to sell it to, will that business work? If I have the market and I have the supply assurance, but I do not have the people to build that IPP and deliver the project, build the gas lines to my IPP, run the logistics of moving my gas from point A to point B, will that business? So these 3 legs are critical. And as cooperatives, when you start doing your due diligence, start here. You look at any business you want to invest in, you should immediately interrogate. Is the supply assurance for this business there? Yes. Is the market for the product of this business there? The answer should be a definite yes. Do I have enough skilled manpower to even deliver this business? The answer, of course, is a definite yes. So it's very important to understand this little schematic. I've left this presentation with your executive so that you can get to it. If you have questions on any subject, ask them, they will relate to me. I will gladly get you feedback. So these 3 tripods are critical to the success of whatever you as a cooperative decides to invest in. Whether it's the power, in the gas, or the retail value chain, you must answer these 3 questions. Next slide. Okay. We said subsidy is good, I mean, but does government still have a lever to make the cost a little cheaper? The answer is also yes. How can they do this? Oftentimes, or sometimes it's difficult to separate cooperative from labor. And sometimes it's not a bad thing. As cooperatives that are also members of labor, you should be able to apply some pressure. Government can actually reduce the price of this CNG and LNG further by saying, okay, this place making this CNG and LNG and LPG, let me lower the cost of your input gas. If the cost of my input gas comes down, and government has the power to do that, if they want to, it means from that 600-700 naira, we can even come down a little bit to maybe 300-400 naira. Why is this important? What we have been doing before with the subsidy regime was we were subsidizing consumption. No nation, zero nation can go anywhere subsidizing consumption. But every serious nation subsidizes production. Let that sink in, please. If you're a government person here, if there is one takeaway we need you to go with, is the fact that subsidy
sounds like a bad word. There are aspects of subsidy that is not so bad. If you intervene with subsidy to support production, it will come back to you. And let me just illustrate something here. If the government says you're selling this gas to this company for $7 per unit, $7 per unit, can you lower it to $3 per unit? Government will pay you that $4 remaining. Please pay attention. So government has subsidized production with $4 per unit. The production capacity of that station is well known. If it's producing 100,000 units per day, that means government will only, maximum subsidy is none. That subsidy is now going to grow suddenly, like petrol subsidy. Your consumption grew from 10 million to nearly 80 million in less than 3 years. So it is less prone to start. So government has a lever and pull and do something there. Next slide, please. The benefits are obvious. I won't waste time here. I don't want to eat into a question and answer because I'm sure there are already many questions. We'll try to answer as many as we can today. No, come back. This just gives you a sense of what it costs to get into this business. They are not cheap businesses, but some of them are also very small. Now, pay attention to human capital development. If you look at that, let's say we want to convert every vehicle in Nigeria today. We're going to spend about $1,000 per vehicle doing that conversion. But we're also going to spend about $700 training someone to a professional level to be able to convert. Now look at this analogy. That your 1,000, you spend it. But this 700 you spent in human capital, it's an expenditure that keeps giving you back. Because this child will not convert only one way. This person you have trained will convert hundreds, thousands of vehicles. So when you look at the number, you can start to see that money you spent in human capital development pales into insignificance. That person you trained is going to earn money and start paying you tax. You're going to create so many other jobs. So that $4 that you spent subsidizing production, you will probably get $10 back. What I just said now, does it make sense? Yes. So we need to put our investments and money to where we get the biggest bang. Next slide, please. This is a picture of Nigeria. Today, the furthermost point of our gas pipeline is Ajokuta. Ajokuta is somewhere. Now, please recall that Nigeria, our area, is about a little over 900,000 square kilometers. That means that we should also have
about 50,000 kilometers of pipeline. Can anybody guess how many kilometers of pipeline we have? Less than 5,000. So you can see where that 0.05% I was telling you comes from. The only way you can leapfrog is what I just talked about. Make CNG, make LNG. And it's a big problem, big opportunity also. If you look at our country, based on what we know today, you can get gas to every LGA in the next 36 months and get it there. Next slide, please. Next. I've indirectly talked about, keep going. This is a typical CNG dispensing station, one-way stand. But all it shows you is that you can put this in a container, drop it in an existing fuel station, and you have the CNG station. That's one area cooperatives may want to invest. And this investment is down to the LTA level. Next slide. Next. Yeah, I know we've talked quite almost 1 hour now. The program says 1 hour of presentation and 30 minutes of question and answer. So we are done. Thank you. The rest of the presentation is
Please, a bigger round of applause for him. I told you that this will not be an ordinary presentation we used to have. At least you can claim anywhere you go that you have been lectured by a lecturer from Harvard, because Dr. Kagireme does part-time lecturing in Harvard University. So you could see his presentation. Some of us will be afraid when we see something going wrong, that we should call those people that they are stupid. Somebody from America, they will not be afraid to say that if you're doing something stupid, that you're stupid. They don't mean words, but here we say that you're behaving as if somebody here is stupid. Well, that's not the person that is actually stupid. We want to thank you, Doc, for this very interesting presentation. Like usually, we are going to take reactions or questions. 4 of them. Anybody from this wing? Okay, anybody from the middle? So this food digested it so much that there's no. Anybody from this wing? Anybody from there? You can want Nora. Okay, I need Nora. Nora number 1. Okay, number 2. Where is it? Number 3, and okay, myself number 4. And that's okay. Number 4 and number 5. Number 5. Please, while the paper was being presented, we had a special guest who was supposed to be with us yesterday, all the way from police headquarters, Abuja. We are talking about Barrister Dr. Akim Adedeji, the Assistant Commissioner of Police in Abuja. Welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Okay, number 1. And not at least 1 minute.
Good afternoon, all. Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful presentation. My question is, when you are paying all these things, is it possible that, like Nigeria, it's very difficult to have anything to be chartered or to be licensed? Can cooperative be licensed to venturing into this investment? That is my question.
Thank you very much. That's a very funny one. Number 2.
Please, number 3, becoming closer. This is how you notice when the lecture intimidated the audience. Nobody will be afraid to ask questions. Thank you. Standing on existing protocol, my first question is this: how do we know the accredited agents that cooperative society can keep on? 1. 2, with this wonderful presentation, it will equally give 419 people an idea on how to do cooperatives. Because we have seen some business proposals in this network that cooperative will invest money, 10 years, no income, 15 years, no income. And I think that is one of the things that people make cooperative to go and have their money in fixed deposit. Now, my own cooperative is a victim. We have 96 million, over 96 million naira with Heritage Bank. And these are hard-earned money that the cooperative has saved for more than 20 years. And no information was available to us. I traveled out of the country, coming back the next day is that Heritage Bank has gone. We have not even done the AGM to tell operators that your 96 million naira has gone. That is number 1. We key into government agencies in IPPIS, where we have over 300 and something million naira here for past 2 days, and no income, no interest was paid. How do you want to encourage cooperative in this sector to invest money in power when we don't even know accredited agents? That's number 1. And 2, sorry, number 2. Then the third one is, yes, it's very good. But some of the cooperative doesn't have the technical know-how on how to invest in this business. So if there will be a workshop for cooperatives who wants to go into this type of investments, it will only be good that we are trained on it so that we can manage our money. An individual came, I'm giving another example, he took us 49 million naira. And we have been using police to track the individual. We have not gotten. He brought a good proposal that he will manage Keke for us on a higher purchase. And we keep him. If really the young man wants to help himself. But after giving money, he entered into the DA, gave us a wrong license being given by government agency. And today, the young man is on 49 million. So seeing these wonderful things, we are afraid to invest into business.
Thank you very much. Okay. I was even saying that the lecture intimidated people. I didn't know that the people who were loaded with several questions. Okay, I'm sure you will respond to it, but I also know that operators need to be careful in whatever they invest. They need to do due diligence. To have the cooperative to hear your story is that they keep duping you. And Heritage Bank took time to have this problem. And it was being discussed. Even the cooperative sector, some of the training programs we mentioned them. You need to be coming out because you can't have all the information if you're holding up in your own position. We'll be mentioning these things, and there are others that we keep mentioning about. But having said it, we will abandon our own. We have members of NDIC cooperative, members of EFCC cooperative. We need to inform them after we need to inform them so that they can see how they can help you and chase that money. 98 million is a huge amount of money to be lost. If you just back the exchange rate, 98 million naira is still a big amount of money. That is number 4.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, my name is Brahim Fatai from the state. I want to really thank Dr. Vani for the presentation. You have actually delved into an area that is challenging to the nation: electricity, gas, and power. Is one area that we are facing critical challenge now. Now, my questions, number one, is the area is a veritable ground for investment for cooperatives. But looking at the experience that Dangote is facing in the oil industry, given the muscle, given the power, given the connection, everything that he has, and we're still facing that challenge, can any cooperative organization be comfortable to go into that area? That's one. Then two, I want to look at the electricity part of it. In the last 2 weeks, the national grid has collapsed. I don't even know how many times now. I know that electricity delivery has been unbundled or has been deregulated, that now allows states to generate electricity through independent power plants and the rest of it. In that area, how easy or convenient will it be for a cooperative society that has the resources to go into it, generate the electricity, and also distribute without passing through the national grid? Those are the two questions I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Number 4.
Okay, my name is Mr. Desire. Though the lecture was actually an eye-opener. Mr. Desire, that's my name. Desire. Yes. So, the opportunities to solve this sector is something that boggles the mind, and some of us who actually want to venture. But my question is, the bureaucracy when it comes to getting license to operate in our system, we all know how the Nigerian system works. Assuming if you want to venture in, the duration it takes you to get license and to get all, the documents you need to operate, how long will it take? How long will it take? And the second question is the cost of setting up a CNG conversion plants. How much will it take to set up? And we'll need actually a special lecture, a special workshop for this sector when it comes to CNG and the gas business. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Number 5. Okay, I'm number 5. Okay. Doc, my question has to do with security. The security of vehicles converted from petrol to CNG, because there's actually somebody who's been demarketing CNG on social media, showing instances of where it exploded and so on, and even asking people that if you want to enter into a commercial vehicle, go and look at the back first to see whether it has a CNG. Because the idea that I would have actually supported very quickly
is a situation where transport cooperatives can have an agreement with companies like this, so they convert their vehicles to CNG, so that the cost of operating this transport will be cheaper, and then the transport operators will have more profit from running their buses on CNG. Please, while they are addressing the possibility of this synergy with transport operators, also mention the security, how secure it is to convert petrol vehicles to CNG vehicles. Thank you.
Okay, these are all great, really great questions. So let's start from number one. If I misunderstood or misrepresent your question, please correct me immediately. Number one, can cooperatives be licensed to invest in this value chain? Was that the intent of the question?
Yes.
Good. Okay. The answer is yes and no. No, in the sense, let me try and address that with a question. I'm a Nigerian after all, so we answer question with question. I will ask you, why would a cooperative want to do this by itself? It's not your area of expertise. You don't know anything. Now, if you recall, okay, my presentation is out. If you recall, when I answered the question, how can cooperative jump into the fray? The immediate recommendation is work with existing credible player in the sector. It could be power, it could be gas, it could be even transportation, it could be military, it could be anything. But don't go as a cooperative to start looking for license, to start training, to start all kinds of effort that will not only cost you money, but also cost you time. This leads to a question I think is question 2. He said one of his questions was, how do we know credible practitioners? And that's where your due diligence mechanism becomes very critical. As a cooperative, one of your strongest portfolios should be due diligence. Before you invest, if you go to a bank today to borrow money, you will go through stringent due diligence process. They are going to look at your corporate affairs commission papers, make sure you are who you say you are. They are going to look at even your bank statements to be sure you have been operating. They are going to ask you for your certification. Cooperatives should ask exact same questions that banks will ask before you invest in any entity. Now, how do you invest in that entity? The entity may have other businesses. If a cooperative is really interested, you say, okay, I want to set up a joint venture with you. You operate it because it's your business, you know. I'm just an investor. And when you go through that process, it achieves 2 things for you. It forces you to think. Yes, you have money, but you need to be forced to think about where you put that money. Remember, this money is not your personal money. This money belongs to your members. Not so. So if you ask your members, maybe if I get 5-10% from fixed deposit, everybody is safe. What if I invest in a credible company and I earn 20-25%? Is it not better? So you spread your portfolio across the wide network. That way, you avoid many things. You do not need to go and start applying for power generation license, power distribution license, gas transmission license, CNG license, it will be too much. You can't do that. Okay? I don't know if that has answered the question. Question number 2. You actually have quite a few questions. How do we know credible practitioners? I think I have indirectly answered that one. How do we avoid scams? You avoid scams by implementing a strict due diligence process. And one of the ways internally you can do this, even at the local government level, I'm sure you have state branches. Have you? Yes? Cooperatives have state branches, and you have national level. Even if you're investing at the local government level, nothing says you should not consult your state level to say, look, there's this company in my LGA. I want to go into this process. I want to go and invest here. Can you help me? Lend me a second pair of eyes. There's always that tendency for us to hide what we're doing. But if you are transparent enough, you will let another set of eyes look at what you're doing. Bring it from the state level. I believe it is free. So you should do that and tell others what you're doing. Now, I am here today wearing quite a few. One of those caps is I am the president of Virtual Gas Infrastructure Association. There are so many associations like ours. If you want to do something like this, invest in a value chain that is not your forte. Consult those associations. This person, is he your member? If the answer is yes, is he a credible member? These associations, they are part of our society. There are scammers that belong to associations. So don't just stop by asking this person, is he your member? Ask, is he a credible member? Can you write a reference letter for him? That way you can mitigate 90%, maybe more, of scams. Your third question says cooperatives may not have the tech know-how. How do we bridge this gap? I think we have indirectly answered it too. Don't go into it alone. Work with existing credible practitioners in that field. When you develop the in-house know-how, you can now start thinking of, okay, we've been here, we've done it, we can do this. Okay. Number 3, Ibrahim says, given the issues even experienced investors like Dangote are having, should cooperatives even venture into investing in this value chain? That's a really great question. Great in the sense that we all know that our country is not an easy country. Part of the problems we have with governments, why we score so low in the ease of doing business index, many government entities see their role as that of just setting up toll gates or checkpoints. Not really to enhance the business, but to enhance their personal pocket. It's a Nigerian reality we cannot run away from. So the way you avoid that is, first of all, you look at the business, what are the issues? And your due diligence process will even expose whether you can do this or not. For instance, at the LGA level, the cooperative may be, let's just take a number, they may be risky, because of the size of their pocket, they may not be able to do anything more than 3, 4, 5 million. So you look for investments wey go match your both sides. And once you study that business, you study the practitioners in that business, you will know so that you avoid a Dangote problem and you stay in your lane and avoid it. Let me give you an example. You don't need to build a refinery. This value chain goes down to small details. And I heard somebody talk about leasing keke napep. Let me give you guys an idea that cuts across this value chain. There are CNG kekes. There are also electric kekes. And they are not like costing an arm and a leg. Right there at the LGA village level, the cooperative may decide, okay, this association is operating kekes. You sit down with them and you say, okay, to help bring pollution down, either I buy new kekes that are running on CNG or I convert existing kekes. Let's focus on conversion. I can come to the conversion workshop and say, okay, I want to invest in your workshop. You step to the filling station in your LGA and you say, I want to invest in a refueling station. And you go to the KK park. Now, remember I told you one conversion kit, let's say for KK, can cost as much as 700 naira, including installation, time. Government is saying KK should, the owners of KK should contribute 10%. Me and you, we already know that's not going to happen. $70 is almost like 100 and something thousand. Where will he get the money? But a cooperative can step in and say, look, this pool of KKs at this junction operating from here, I am going to convert their vehicles for free. And you will say that for free, in quotes, knowing fully well that you also invested in the CNG station next door. Now, let's say I can sell this CNG at that station for 650 naira. And we're okay. I say, because I have converted this money, please, you will be selling to my KKs for 700 naira. And what you're doing is, for every liter equivalent of CNG the man buys, you collect 50 naira. Our calculation shows that if that KK is buying 3 to 5 liters equivalent of CNG, you will recover the money for that conversion in about 18 to 24 months. So that's already a micro business right there. And you're providing service, you're providing employment. Now, after you recover that your money, are you going to remove it? Therein lies your profit as a cooperative. So you will find that that's one of the businesses that checks all the boxes we talked about. It is sustainable because by 2 years, you would have recovered all the money you invested in one KK. So you have enough money in your hand to invest in another one. And that doesn't stop you from collecting your 50 naira from the one you keep for. So it's a very viable business that is perfectly within your control. If you look at that entire value chain, there are small bits that cooperatives can do. Now, for rich cooperatives, maybe at the national level, a CNG model station can cost as much as $3, $4, $5 million. If a national cooperative or even a pension fund wants to invest in them, you employ a consultant. Please look at their business plan, advise me here. You consult associations like ours. We will tell you, yes, this practitioner is safe. He checks all the boxes. You put your money there. That has not stopped you from investing in treasury bills, fixed deposit, but you have diversified your portfolio. And money from this type of investment, you're playing in the equity market, is typically going to be higher. Your returns will be higher than if you just put your money in the bank. It will also help, like I already said, create employment. Yeah. How easy can cooperatives invest in distributed generation? The same principle of the keke applies here. Let me just use an example of gas delivery, gas storage. There are micro opportunities where cooperatives can say, this area, I'm in charge of making sure that gas gets to the woman crying at the corner. As a cooperative, you will be able to purchase LPG, CNG, LNG, whatever it is, at bulk prices, and make sure that your neighborhood is getting a very good price. So it's possible. And as a cooperative, you can decide, I don't even want people to be running past my neighbor. You create a cluster. It's big enough. You put an IPP there. You may even still have a connection to, say, Port Harcourt Disco, but you have your IPP. So the person generating by his apart my neighbor may be costing him maybe 400 naira per kilowatt hour. If your community IPP is structured well, they will deliver that power less than 300 naira. So you're providing a service, you're making money, and you're helping generally to reduce employment and pollution in your community. So yes, you can invest in DG means distributed generation. It doesn't have to be investment in a massive power station, no. It can be small estate. It can even be your house. I have the pleasure of my own house I run on gas, but that's because I am producing the gas. But a cooperative can easily invest in making this same thing accessible to a larger pool. Okay. Number 4 question, Mr. Desire. Licensing issues and cost of settlement. My earlier answer has largely addressed this. If you invest in an ongoing, credible partner, you remove all the licensing issues immediately. Cost of setup, as I already said, is according to your pocket. You want to invest in what your pocket can handle and what, to a large extent, you can control. Last but not the least, probably one of the most important aspects of this is safety and security of CNG installations. I'm sure you have all read stories of gas bottles exploding, all kinds of really nasty stories. These are true. Why did they happen? they have happened. Nigeria is not isolated. These incidences happened in Pakistan, India, even China, as they were trying to adopt this transition. Now, the only way you avoid this, and we told our government way back in 2015, when we gave them this concept, and they've actually, it was the first time government really paid attention. We said, look, for you to do this, this is the roadmap. You need to set up rules and regulations. You need to develop your human capital. Because rules and regulations, is it not people that will enforce it? If you don't train your human capital, your installation will be rubbish and unsafe. If you don't have a curriculum for training your people, I'm glad we talked about curriculum today. If you don't have a curriculum and set of standards, you're going to run into problems. So these conversion workshops, that maybe if you go to the PCNGI portal, you will see a list of conversion workshops. These are workshops that has been certified to be able to follow the guidelines. And when they convert your vehicle, they will put a certification there. So that if you come to my filling station and look at the tag, I know immediately this vehicle was converted at this workshop by this engineer or technician on this date. So there's actually traceability. It should be part of the system. Once it's implemented properly, you will not have people putting LPG tanks as CNG tanks, because those certified workshops will not certify them. Now, why is this important? Just to get into a little bit of technical detail. LPG tanks are rated 10 bar. To put this in perspective, the tire pressure in your car is less than 2.5, 3 bar. So 10 bar is already at quite a bit of pressure. But CNG tanks are rated to 300 bar. So you can immediately see why, when people put LPG tanks in their vehicle as converted to use CNG, as soon as it goes to filling station and they start to fill, CNG can fill up to 200, 250 bar. Once the pressure passes 10 bar, what will happen? That's what you have seen there. When you don't have certified conversion centers, you don't have traceability, you don't have people who are following the rules, you're going to have problems. Now, security as well. Let me talk about CNG a little bit. CNG tanks, CNG itself as a gas is actually 18 times safer than petrol. It's about 42 times safer than LPG. Now, for the techies in the room, you could ask why is that? The reason is, if I put a glass of LPG, a glass of petrol, a glass of CNG or LNG. CNG and LNG is the same thing. One is just compressed, the other one is liquefied. I put this tray, I strike a match, boom. The LPG will explode immediately. And the reasons are simple. The first reason is LPG is heavier than air. So if it's exposed, it's not going anywhere. It's sitting there. Now, the ignition temperature of LPG is so low that as soon as that naked flame, it has ignited. Next to it is petrol. We all know what happens when tankers fall and they go to scoop. The two reasons we have those problems, the petrol is there in the ground, it's heavier than air. And the ignition temperature is not that high. So any ignition problem, go to CNG and LNG. Now, CNG or LNG, if it's exposed, it is lighter than air. If I take a gallon of LNG and pour it here now, boom, it rises immediately. All of it, it will escape through the vent or window or wherever you go. Add to that the ignition temperature is about 22 times that of it. So it's not that easy to ignite it. Number two, for you to ignite it, there has to be a certain mixture of the CNG or LNG and air. So it's not that easy. Now, join it to, if you have a proper tank, a proper CNG tank is bulletproof. So for the thing to leak in your car, you have to crush that. So when you hear people talking of CNG exploding, not true. LPG, yes. Remember, there are cars that run on LPG. There are forklifts, KKs that run on LPG. Personally, I do not recommend it for the safety reasons I have talked about. So it's important that we educate ourselves as cooperatives. It's also important that we educate the public. That way, a lot of these problems can be avoided. I don't know if I have missed any.
Very good. Big round of applause. Yeah. Thank you very much. And I want to tell you that Doc is not just the horizon. I've had the privilege of visiting his outfit where he generates this power, who sells some to neighboring buildings and estates. And since 2012, the light still in that area has not blinked. True or false, sir? Has not blinked since 2012. So the person who just addressed you is addressed you from experience of what he is into. So I want to thank you very specially for the honor of sharing your wealth of experience with us. This will not be the end. I'm sure that enough interest has been generated to the extent that some people may want to meet you privately for further discussions so you can take it to the next level. Discussions like this will not be beneficial if we just finish and go. We must take it to the next level so that after some time, some people will come up here and give testimony that when they had this arrangement, that they had a better power supply. Because power is very critical for production. Operators are both producers and consumers. In our businesses, production is very important. And if you can find the alternative source of energy that can reduce our cost of production, we'll find a way of addressing it. Once again, we want to thank you, sir, for coming. That was a beautiful one. Before we take the next position paper, which is the last for today, before we break down into groups, because the people who submitted abstracts will also group them. Those related abstracts, they go inside within themselves. You present within that group. We'll do that within 1 hour. It's important that if you have submitted the paper, you have to present, if not as a position paper for all of us. Within those people who also submitted related abstracts, so they will understand you more, we will discuss it and give us a position within 1 hour. Like I said, before we call the last paper, we want to invite the Assistant Commissioner of Police
to come and share a goodwill message with us. Barrister Dr. Akim Adedeji. I'm sure you can make it in 1 minute. Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma'am. I still stand on the existing protocol. Although I may not use 1 hour to talk, because first, yes, sir, I may come myself a police officer. But do you believe this is a cooperative officer before you? The reason why I say so, whatever I am today, I could remember almost 34 years ago, I started with certificate and diploma in cooperative study at LLA. And up to today, I never get cooperative. So whatever I do today, even by the time I was doing my HND degrees and even the 5 masters and the PhD, I ended up being a lawyer. And I have a PhD in law, which almost, that one is by one side. I'm still proud to be a cooperative person. Anyway, I find myself. Well, actually, the Inspector General of Police, my boss, Dr. Kayode Adeolu Ebetoku, is supposed to be here personally. We invited him and he wished to come. But unfortunately, because of the circumstances and the nature of the work we are doing, he has no choice but to dedicate my boss, the Commissioner of Police, and myself to be with you. He's here with you in spirit, but not physical. I just want to tell you that the Nigerian police force cannot do without cooperating. And I want you to take me to challenge any one of you. We are the largest society in Nigeria, not only in Africa. And kudos to some of our founding fathers in respect of late MD Muhammadu Diko Yusuf of blessed memory, who was the IG during that time in 1977. And I'm sorry, I'm going to take your time. The idea of cooperative society in the police has to do with our late IG, who sent some of our officers to go on international police conference in abroad, in person of late IG Adewusi of blessed memory and Baba Aliyu Atta. On getting there, he found himself in the midst of fellow police officers and started interacting. And before you know it, it was the role being played by Baba Aliyu Atta. So they got to be with him. And when you are talking about cooperative society, you can't do anything without referring to Aliyu Atta. He was about to be given query by late Adewusi, who happened to be the leader of that particular team. What keep you late? Sir, I'm sorry, sir. There's one issue that I met Malaysian police officer, and they were talking about cooperative society, the benefits and what have you. When it's reading out some of the advantages and what have you, Baba Adewusi specifically instructed him that these particular things we come for, face that one and forget about this one. I will face the other one. And when they came back in 1977, the report which they submitted to the IG, late MD Yusuf, was so attractive. He has no choice. He instructed them that they should go back to Malaysia, understudy them, copy them, and when they come back, we started our own. As of today, I doubt it's in the financial sectors. We have police microfinance, and some of you know it. There's no any area or state in Nigeria we don't have branches. It is being quoted in the stock market. Not only that, we're about to transform it into a full-fledged bank now, but we don't want the private sectors to have the largest shares. That's what we are battling on. When you are talking about pensions, we have pension company, which is one of the viable in Nigeria. What do you call it? Mortgage bank, we have it. Financial institution, we have it. Even presently, I am part of the team. I wrote a memo on it for us to have insurance company. We have the license. And when you go around some of our states in Nigeria, you see the estate will be here and in the private sectors. The Nigerian police force cannot do without cooperative society. And kudos to Dr. Okolo interacting. And the more, left for us, we want to draw them closer so that they can be of help to us. We started, we are growing, but There's no way there will be any shortcoming on it. The more we move closer to this society or this professional institution, the more we grow. So I'm using this medium to greet every one of you, convey the message of the IG. As we come here peacefully, all of us will go back peacefully, and this particular society continues to grow in strength by what I do. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This man has so many caps. The cooperator, a barrister, has a PhD, and he believes in the cooperative sector. So we are going to bring a brief to you very soon, because there's one of us that they defrauded, and we will not allow that to go. Let us start arresting that group to Abuja. We will use what we have.
Hello, sir. I overheard one of my colleagues when he was talking about the issue of fraud and in law. I know we have lawyers who are saying legal professions. When you sleep on your rights, it's your problem. You have every other opportunity. Dr. Okolo and my brother here. You know what they are doing on the ground because of the society. You'll be surprised. If you have any challenges, I'm assuring you, call on them. The worst we have for every society, we have bad time. I am not saying we are saints. We have bad time in the police. But when you have issues concerning your cooperative society, there are ways to play the game. Call Dr. Okolo or call my brother. We will ask you to go and meet the commissioner of police direct. Rest assured, provided you are not a fraud person, go and meet the commissioner of police. They will now call him after how far about the case. The insurance company make use of us. Stockbrokers they make use of us. Why is it that cooperative society is still? So they are like the
Thank you very much. So you have seen that the solution has come to meet the problem. The problem will run away. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Let us now take the last position paper that will be delivered by Alhaji Wasiu Babatunde Olale. Please keep coming forward. His resume is so long because an entrepreneur, a businessman, an active member of the Chambers of Commerce movement in Nigeria. He's the managing director of Fanol RGS. He's the national vice president of the National Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture. And he has come to talk on how members can market their products. If you produce without marketing, you will be in trouble. But after his discussion today, you know that your problem will not be how to produce because we are not sure of how to market. You have 1 hour, sir, or 45 minutes, sir. Even 30 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone. The National President of Icopron. Let me also offer the common thing. Permit me to adopt the existing protocol. Cook. Where? Everywhere. Thank you very much. As said, my name is Wasiu Babatunde Olale. People call me businessman, but I call myself a trader. I'm a cooperator and I'm a trader. So even when you produce, you still trade. Even when you are offering services, you still trade. So I'm a trader, as simple as that. Well, introduction. Cooperatives are members owned. I think we should have the paper.
Yes.
Okay, you have it there. So because I will just speak to it, then you can ask questions. I may not read word for word. Cooperatives are members owned, members control organizations formed by individuals who come together voluntarily to meet their common economic, social, and cultural needs. Cooperatives operate based on principles of democratic governance, where each member has an equal say in decision making, regardless of their level of investment, profit generated by the cooperative are distributed equitably among members, either through dividend or investment in the cooperative. That one is speaking to the issue of who are the founder, the promoter of the business, the operator. Who are the customer of the business? Either you are producing or you are generating energy. Who are the consumer, the customer, is you, the operator. Who are the manager of the business? You are the one. And at the same time, when you have profit or surplus over the activities, who are the beneficiaries? You are the one. So from the onset, if you know this, want to set up a business, cooperative is a business model that is going to generate energy. Let's get ready. When the last speaker was presenting paper, somebody was asking me that how do we deal with this issue raised? I said, well, either through backward integration or forward integration. Produce what you know you can consume. Produce what you know you can market. So that you will not be looking for customers around. Going forward, cooperative members use member product marketing to enhance their overall business operations through branding, advertising, and warehousing strategies. This is very simple. From the onset, to look at what people in that particular area where you operate, what they need. Now I did business, you need a business plan. And that your business plan must start from the marketing plan. If you produce what they don't need, you end up looking around for customers. But if you produce something people are in need in a particular place where you are, the market is in existence already. So if you want to go into production, you should have this in mind, that we should start from the marketing plan. Not when I produce, then I go for the market. That's the other way around. I want to cite an example or two examples about this. For example, railway in Germany and also Fed in Ogun, where I come from. In 1927, 17 cooperatives joined forces together and founded Division Verband that west of General Friendshaften. Don't bother yourself about that pronunciation. Just call it railway in English, Western Buying Cooperative Auditing Association. You can Google it. They came together with the goal of collectively organizing the purchase of food. Now, railway operates grocery stores across Europe. Today, with turnover of 84 billion euro and 92 billion euro for 2022 and 2023 respectively, with over 390,000 employees. I've been there physically. Whenever I'm in Germany, I like to take an apartment so that I can cook food. So I will go to their grocery store and purchase food items. You find out that these food items are being supplied by local cooperative societies into this chain. That is how they market their products. And today they have 390,000 employees. And they have stores in thousands of places. In a similar development, the current board of Cooperative Federation Limited in 2023 mobilized investment share from cooperative society, union, and individual cooperators to establish cook bread in Ogun State, which was duly registered with the appropriate authority, NAFDAC, CAC. In 9 months, the venture recorded a surplus of about 2 million naira. What the two examples are pointing to is the power of coming together. That's the first thing. A society may not be able to run between. So we need to come together. That will give us that strength, the numerical strength, customer base, and it's going to give also
that financial strength so that we'll be able to deal with that production or even if it is a farming. In terms of advertising, members can put resources to run joint campaign, promoting across multiple platforms which amplify their market reach while minimizing costs for individual producers. Share their housing strategies, further streamline operation by offering centralized storage. This approach optimizes space, reduces cost, and simplifies distribution, ensuring that their products are readily available to meet market demand. Through these strategies, the cooperative maximizes efficiency and market penetration while ensuring fair benefit for all its members. Just a railway example, as I said, 17 societies came together in Cologne. The head office of railway is in Cologne. You can Google it and read more about it. They came together. So they have their stores everywhere in Europe, but they have societies that are feeding products and produce into that shape, and they coordinate everything. They share facility. You know, when they have people that are inspecting, if they are running that branch according to their agreed standard, they share resources, both human and capital. You know, if a society or two or three, they don't have that medical strength, the cost may be much on them. But for them to run it successfully and share facilities, that will land it in cooperative. We need to identify and plan how we can share facilities so that the cost will come down and then we can maximize the benefits. Cooperative members, as I said, cooperative members are individuals that come together. Even if we produce at individual levels, we should have a common place where we can share facility. For example, food that are into maybe cosmetics, they can come together, produce together. They will share like laboratory. If NAFDAC is conducting inspection, we have one laboratory. It can have more than 20 people. Even if it is like what we call a incubation center in my state, you have one laboratory. If you want to produce sachet water, you can come there. If you want to produce body lotion, you can come there. If you want to produce something that is edible, you can also come there. But they have a laboratory. Cooperative also can set up this. They have one laboratory. So if NAFDAC is effective, it is this one laboratory with the
loyalty, making it easier for consumers to choose products from the cooperative over competitors. 2, cost efficiency in advertising, shared resources. By pulling funds for advertising, cooperative can avoid larger, more impactful marketing campaigns than individual members to manage alone. This collective approach maximizes reach while minimizing costs. Coherent messaging. A unified advertising strategy ensures that all promotional materials convey consistent message, reinforcing the cooperative values and brand image. 3, improve distribution through warehousing, resource sharing. Cooperative warehousing allows members to share storage facilities, reducing costs associated with inventory management and logistics. This is particularly beneficial for perishable and food items. Better inventory management. Centralized warehousing to more efficient inventory tracking and management, reducing waste and ensuring that products are available when needed. 4, increase bargaining power. Collective negotiation with a strong brand and shared resources. Members can negotiate better deals with suppliers and retailers. This enhances their ability to secure favorable pricing and terms, benefiting all members of the cooperative. Direct market access. A cohesive brand identity can facilitate relationships with larger buyers, allowing cooperatives to sell directly to retail chains or distributors, thereby increasing profit margins. 5, market expansion. Access to new markets. A strong cooperative brand can help members penetrate new markets both locally and internationally, enhancing the overall market fit of the cooperative product. I've just talked about the AFCFT and ETLS. Even on AGUA in US, there are some produce or products that we can send to United States of America. I'm aware that garments, one of them, brown rice, like the one they call Opada rice, or any brown rice, on AGUA is free trade. From African Growth Opportunity Act in US, is free trade. Cooperative, you can coordinate ourselves. To look into this, it's an opportunity. If we can weather this storm, we can go into it. On ETLS and AFCFT, we want to go into it, we just need to respect the rules of origin. And what's the rules of origin? Number 1 is what produce goods. If we have the raw materials within the community, either in Nigeria or using value addition here. Even if you are using water for production, that's its own value. So there is no how you not have 5% value addition. If you are bringing the raw material and you are now adding value, so 35% value addition suitable on AFCFTA and ETLS, or say the tariff rate. That one is somehow technical. So if you can put resources together, identify the product or product that you can go in. There are opportunities to reach international market because the certificates you are having with and trade internationally. Quality control and assurance, standardization. Cooperative branding often involves establishing quality standards that all members must adhere to, ensuring product consistency and building consumer trust in the brand. If we come together, certification opportunity. Working together, cooperatives can pursue certifications like organic or fair trade that will be difficult for individual members of trade, increasing the appeal of their product. 7, before market decision. Data sharing. This one is very, very important. By collaborating on branding and warehousing strategies, members can share market data and insight, leading to more informed decisions regarding product development and marketing strategies. Consumer feedback. Unified marketing efforts can facilitate the collection of consumer feedback, helping members adjust their offering based on market demand. I said that Nowadays, business plan start from marketing plan. You don't produce what people are not going to buy. You have to make sure that the business is viable. Now, not only visibility for you, even viability for you. You have to make sure that
yes, people are in need of
do your visibility for them.
but you must test the viability of that business. Are people willing to pay? If they are going to
run it at profit or at loss, you must test the viability. When am I going to reach the break-even point? So that you know from the onset that yes, this business is not only visible but also viable. Now, role of technology in promoting members' product marketing. Technology plays a crucial role in business management in these modern days. Technology adoption is essential in every business aspect, right from the planning phase to implementation of plans. Below are the various ways that technology can be adopted in the earlier mentioned model. Planning and documentation. Different software tools can be deployed to enhance the planning process, ensure collaborative work between all stakeholders involved in the planning and implementation process. Project management tools can be deployed for this aspect. This is about planning. And number one challenge we have in the cooperative sector in Nigeria today, as I identify it, that's my own opinion, data. Our data gathering, or let me say, we don't have enough data. The number one problem that I identified is data. In our own state, we have been trying. Yes, in Ogun State, we have over 14,000 registered corporations. You can boldly say more than half of these are still in the system. They are up and running. And we can tell you that, okay, we have more than 1 million members cooperative. We can tell you that, okay, the turnover of loans in year 2023 was about 73 billion naira. The surplus over that activity is about 7 billion naira. And at the end of the year, the money we have with the commercial bank that is sitting down with them is about 7 billion naira. This started with the present board of the state cooperative. Before the foreign board came on board, nothing like that. So if you have that data, that means you can do something with that data. Just share my last statement that the money we are having with the commercial bank, December 31st, is about 7 billion naira. And it's likely that money is going to sit with them from January to December. So that means you can do something. Inventory management. Further inventory management is beyond pen and stock cards. It entails using software and tech gadgets to keep record of products that are received and stored in the warehouse. What is scheduled out and what is left in the warehouse. Different staff and relevant authorities will have the authorization to monitor and track inventory, and the chances of fraud and stealing are minimized. Not totally eradicated, but minimized. Railways, as I said, they have a central system. So even at the point A, they have thousands of outlets. So what they are selling in point A, they are seeing it at the end of the road. What they are selling at point B, so they monitor everything by using technology. Yes, people will say, this computer or whatever is not easy. Who is telling you? Even the woman that is selling pepper is using WhatsApp. So it's WhatsApp, not technology. In the olden days, when we enter bank, you give them your check. They will give you one plastic or technology, and that time they ask you to go and sit down. Then sometimes maybe 20 minutes, then they will call tally number 10. Find out that this is that customer. already gone. You're not sleeping, it's already gone. Tally number 10, tally number 10. You drop it and call another one. Then the man will wake up. You have not called, you have called number 10, go and sit down again. Today, on your phone, you can transact in your bank account. So you have to move. You have to move. You have to adopt technology. Order taking and processing. Using mobile apps, web application, and other means like WhatsApp, ordering, and other similar systems. Business can leverage your technology to receive order, track order, and monitor the delivery process. This is already being adopted by several e-commerce outlets. We have Jumia now, we have Konga, we have PG, and even physical stores that are now transferring to adopt digital services. We have Shoprite, we have Foodco in Nagoya, we have stores right there in Nagoya, everywhere. You find out that all the people now are not relying on cards. So they adopt technology. And some of them, they've advanced to e-wallet. To streamline financial transactions for the enterprise, leveraging on the open banking system already existing, and creation of virtual wallet for customers. It's also another fantastic application of technology in the whole process. Here you can get members preload funds into their account for purchase activities, and it is easy to grant incentives, promo discounts, and rebates to customers. Through this system, this will also enhance the coordination of funds and accounting for the enterprise and create less chop for the business when the main financial system is affected. You see that some of them will felt that become our loyal members. So by the time you do that, we give you some incentive. When you buy something worth of 10,000 naira, you have 1% that's discount. But that discount we are not going to give you. We are going to credit your account with us. Have our members membership card. Then we credit your account. Then you can use it to purchase again. You find out that what is 1% of 10,000 naira? That's 100 naira. Am I correct? 100 naira. So, and you need to buy something again for 300 naira. You have to add 200 naira again. So, at cooperative level, just as said like last week, we will not be able to go and do this all along ourselves. But we can partner with some of these like in Ogun now. We are trying to create that membership card that will give you identify that we have that numerical scheme. When you are talking about 1 million people in the state, then we can enter into Shoprite or any of these. We have 1 million members. We want to move that traffic to your benefit. So please, people are members, but they are going to come with a membership card. We are partnering with one of the commercial banks to create that card. So once you are there with our card, you enjoy this card. They will be having that traffic, and we will be having that reality of our members. Yes, we can do cooperative federation limited to do something. And also, the petroleum sector, just as said by the last speaker, we don't need to have petroleum petrol station, but we can also make our members of the benefit. Okay, you can find some of your activities, we identify some of the places. So we can bring some of the activities, but give us a designated form. And when our members are buying this, they are selling 1,200. Just sell for our members 1,100. But they are going to be paying a membership card. So, and they are going to buy 1 liter, 1,100. So we start selling petrol to our members at cheaper rates while we are not having any inflation. So, as said, we need to go out and see how they are running cooperative in another client. Just last June, the Commissioner for Community Development and Cooperative Society in the Permanent Secretary and Director traveled with us to Germany. They led us on that trip, but the trip was facilitated by the Cooperative Federation. And we were there for 10 days. visited their cooperative federation, visited their cooperative bank, visited some of the departmental stores, visited the academy, one of their cooperative academies. And we came back with their law. And I want to tell you that the cooperative law is almost the same thing, universal. And we find out that even in Germany, the cooperative, they have their own central bank. The commercial bank, they have their own central bank. And the cooperative, they have their own central bank. And their own central bank is financing their activity. And the interest rate is between 0.5% and 5%. The last conference that we had in October 2023 and 24, one of the managers of the bank presented online for us. And he told us the benefits they are deriving from that central bank. And when we examine our law in Nigeria also, there's provision for that. You can have it, but we not call it bank, we call it agency or whatever you want to call it, to finance our. Tell me if cooperative society, cooperative union, if we are taking third-party funds from maybe commercial bank microfinance at the rate of over 30%, even if you are selling drugs, and you break even with that. So this is a situation where we have to examine very well and come together to find a way to create that sector of our own that we try. As I mentioned, in the case alone, I've given you the data. So now let's go into Nigeria. Don't know if you have data, maybe estimated data. However, I'm giving you data from it is confirmed that the accounts that the cooperative federation is audited the accounts that are given. So on this note, I want to encourage us to come together in product marketing, in all activities, in offering services to our members, so that we can deliver that benefit to the members, to the cooperators nationwide. I would like to conclude that promoting cooperative principle number 6, cooperation among cooperatives, is the solution to the cooperative sector's development in Nigeria, as society and union is able to complement each other as our area of comparative advantages and core competencies are. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. This is another practical presentation based on experience. I don't know what between Ogun and Lagos State, which people are ahead of the other in terms of this cooperative. When we went to Lagos for the MCPT, and we were doing the introduction, what we were hearing was Lagos, 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 Ogun, Lagos, 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 Ogun. Lagos is very strong in Lagos. Now that we are in Port Harcourt, I want you to give a very big round of applause to the state. The contingent out of the 340 people that registered for this congress, Ogun State alone brought 100. We need very special applause for this support. Really. It's not as if they are the richest. Maybe Lagos State is richer, but because they find value in education, they have made the sacrifices of moving and coming. And that is why whenever we find them and people like that in this arena, we make sure that they get the best. There must be something different about them when they get back, so that those who did not come will feel a loss. So Ogun State, I thank you very much. Lagos State, I'll continue to thank you people. I know that next year, by the time we go to the north, to the top of the north next year, Lagos State will be challenged to do as they used to do. With the both of you, I thank you very much. And you know that the last speaker, the last presenter is the president of Ogun State Cooperative Federation. A big round of applause for him. Without people like that, who have this kind of mobilization, the leadership must not just be responsible. Leadership should also be responsible, must be trusted, must lead. Thank you very much. You deserve this honor. You deserve it. You deserve it. You deserve it. But that does not mean that they will not ask you questions. So we are going to, in fact, the more popular you are, the more questions you will see. So we are going to take 3 questions or comments. Number 1 from here. Nobody from this way. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, 4. 4 men. As number 1 is coming up, let me read the questions asked by some women. They wrote it down. Thank you for your well-researched ideas. I hope you're listening, sir. How can these ideas work out in Ogun State Cooperative Society? That's number 1. Number 2, how can these ideas work out in Ogun State Cooperative Society? I'll give you the questions after. Number 2, what are the workout strategies for these commonalities? Number 3, can you get results in your state in 3 months with your suggested ideas? This question is legal. Number 4, what is the linkage? What is the linkage of your teachings to the principle of cooperation among cooperatives? So I'll give you the question while you're getting to the number 1. Please, 1 minute, introduce yourself and ask your question.
Hello, everybody here. Good afternoon. I'm Alaji Wara from Ogun State. I thank all the organizers, my president from Ogun State, who I just do speaker recently. Thank you very much. All others seated here, I welcome you all. I just want to chip in some areas where my president has just talked. But before that, this morning, when we have to start here, since we're not in order, especially with what I'm using. Some are at the back, they couldn't hear what we are saying here. But now, thank God. But you place every blame on the police. That is because we didn't give them food yesterday. I want to correct that impression. Okay. And now, about production, in which my president has just speak about. We have problems in Nigeria. Political, religious, and some other areas that normally kill from business. Because when the speaker is speaking, he talks of branding and naming of our products. We normally have problems in that areas due to political, religious, and some others. Take for instance, in Nigeria, we have, let's say, 3 religions: Muslim, Christian, and the other. So you have to look at a general name that will be accepted for your business. Like somebody now, you are producing pure water. You say, Jesus name water. If a real Muslim met you, you are in trouble. You have a motto, you write it, covered in the blood, by the blood of Jesus. I'm telling you the real fact. And if you are producing something, you say you are a typical Muslim, you go and write it because of your own personal idea. It's a lie. I'm only. If a real Christian saw it, he would define it to something, as if it's a spiritual something to that. So we have that problem in Nigeria. Because you get rich from a political party, you are producing bread, right? PDP bread. Would that be polite or accepted? So we have that problem in Nigeria, problem of naming our product. We have to be very careful, so that you must use a very acceptable name that people will not think otherwise to read. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number two, please, if you invite you to come and ask a question, you ask a question.
Thank you, Alaji. God bless you. My name is Bola Olajesu from Ogun State. My question for you, sir, is the issue of social thing. Because for some time they have been disturbing us, most especially State Bank. I can remember about 6 months ago now, some society that admitted to us, they didn't respond to them. They would tell them that they should go and get a social thing from the cooperative. But as a professional, I argued several times. It comes to a time they called me from the head office in Lagos that since you are very stubborn, they froze some of the accounts, but my account of our society and other applicants, they couldn't do that. Because I stood up and I even tell them that they should chat my profile, that I'm one of the professional of Institute of Corporate Professional in Nigeria. That in cooperative, we don't use tax, they don't collect tax, but it's only the staff that they pay. But cooperative itself doesn't have tax identification. Sir, with your influence, what can you do to put a end to this embarrassment? That's my question for you. Thank you.
Thank you, number 3. Please, number 4, we're coming close. No, let's take number 3 before number 4. Should we? You said 30 seconds, sorry.
Thank you very much. Okay, I want to thank Alaji for that beautiful presentation. I must say that it's one of the untapped resources we still have, undertapped resources that we have in the cooperative. Yes, we have touched on the diverse areas, but there is one area he kept on repeating severally, and that is the fact that we need to come together. One of the fundamental problems we are still having in cooperative in Nigeria today is because we are not moving as one. if we go into the law requires that cooperatives put their reserve in cooperative bank. There was a time in Nigeria we used to have a cooperative bank in the West. We also have cooperative bank in the East. And there was need for capitalization. The two cooperative banks would not come together to form one because of the division that we have. Today, we don't have any cooperative bank again. So if we leverage on cooperation and the numerical strength that we already have, the market is there for us to achieve any production, to achieve success and profitability in any business that we venture into. So what I think we should, or what should be one of our takeaways from here is to promote that unity of purpose among our cooperative organizations in the country. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Number 4. Okay.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. My own question goes straight to ACP Akim Adedeji PhD. Yes, yes, but I think in the course of my growing up, I heard him when he was making an address, and there's something that I think I don't know if I can, because it is something that, of course, we will all benefit from. Yes. The Nigerian Cooperative Society Act under Section 49 makes it very clear on the procedure for settling disputes in cooperative societies. Much as I appreciate the effort of the Nigerian police and other agencies now attempting to fight corruption in cooperative society, I also believe that the role of settling disputes under Section 49 is spelled out under the Office of the State Director of Cooperative Society. Of course, that does not exclude prosecution, so that the idea I'm saying is so that people don't look at that if they of fraud, it should go straight to the State Director of Cooperative Society. Thank you.
Thank you. Final. Is it the last? Okay, you respond to this.
Excuse me, sir. There's a need for me to respond to my colleague's issue. And I know his own point of view has to do with what cooperative is all about. No doubt about that one. And let me just tell you one thing. It's only when there's a problem to find out two brothers are coming to us, land matter that involve your family, that you people fail to resolve, you are coming to us. And the nature of our work, we have to maintain law and order. It's not every issue you brought before us that we are going to take it up. And take one thing. Nowadays, a typical example, if matters of cooperative come into a system like this, that are using the resources. Not, it's a matter of just, no, at times we do require independent. For example, we have federal directors at the federal level, cooperative, which at times we look to them to give us advice what to do. In the sense that we want to treat it as if maybe we want to treat it as individual that are procedure, but since it involves cooperative, this particular case or case file advise us. If the federal cooperative or the direct crime is coming, we have no choice but to move forward. All what we are just after is peace to reign, nothing more than that. And finally, I want to take 1 minute. Let us look at cooperative yesterday, today, and the future. Some of our founding fathers in Nigeria, like Baba Sikh of blessed memory, Awolowo, Tafawa Balewa, they made use of you and I, that is cooperative society, to develop Nigeria. And not only that, it's not today cooperative society have been playing the critical role, be it politics, economy, and social life. Bedu, which more or less the beginning of the cooperative society, I will not use it judicially. So also our father, sick and what have you. And when you look at it, when you are talking about banking and finance in Nigeria, cooperative bank, the olden days, to go out and what have you at the bottom. So the idea, my own mission is that as I'm going back in the society group, and there's one thing we call e-cooperative. Whether we like it or not, we must imbibe it and bring it on board, or else the cooperative will fizzle out. It's now live on every one of us to ensure that we move this particular thing forward. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And what you just said reminds me of what we've been talking about. Any cooperative society at this time that doesn't have a platform where they will be exchanging information, that cooperative is operating before independence. It's now operating before 1960. Because WhatsApp is the easiest thing to set up. WhatsApp. So that when you have information you want to disseminate, whether you want to type it, pictorial, you snap it, video, you share it, and everybody sees it. Even this thing that is being covered now, there's a video coverage. When they share it on our platform, you should be able to share it to the platform of your members that you are representing. Those who did not come can learn something while watching the video. In fact, you can even increase interest in some of them next time they want to attend. So e-cooperative has come to stay. We cannot be operating at that pre-independence level. We cannot. So anybody that has not started, please start. Otherwise, we'll leave you behind. Despite the fact that the team is nobody should be left behind. Okay, thank you very much. I think we've had the last question. Let us take the responses.
Thank you very much. Digitalization, we don't have choice. We have to move that to that level. I think the last question, the last speaker about unity, that we have to come together. It's not negotiable, or else we are not going to move forward. Then somebody asked about tax identification number. Think, yes. Let me say that it is compulsory for any organization operating a corporate account to have tax identification number. Yes, once you are running the corporate account with commercial bank, you must have it. The reason is simple. That's the requirement now by the law. You must have your TIN, tax identification number. You can get that from Joint Tax Board through your state IRS. In local state, when they ask our cooperative society to bring TIN, in our office, we set up a desk for them. They will contact that desk. We generate that certificate for them with tax identification number. That one doesn't mean that they will pay tax. It's two different things entirely. Yes, they need it. If you are having a savings account, like the one we use in the olden days, at cooperative bank, SOC, 326, SOC, whatever, savings account, they won't ask you. But for your corporate account, you have to, the certificate of registration of that cooperative and tax identification number. It is simple. If you are doing the business of that cooperative model within yourself, among the members, it is not taxable. But by the time you are going to business with third party, for example, if your union or society is having a hall and you are letting it out to non-members, you must collect some levy of tax from that non-member. Like they call it withholding tax or consumption tax or VAT. you must collect on behalf of government and remit to them. But if you are giving that all to your member, no tax, because it's within the member. So that is why you need tax identification number. Even some banks, like Senate Bank you mentioned, will go further. They frozen one of our society's accounts in the state. They were already in Mexico. They could not have access to their account for about 2 months. After they went there with tax identification number, they asked them to go and bring spoon issued by EFCC. That they are not laundering money. So I heard about the case, but I didn't pay attention, so that they frozen their account. So somebody transferred 1 million there, blah, blah, blah. And then they didn't let them have access to that account. But okay. So then the thing persisted for like a month. Then I asked them, let those people come to Federation Office. And we started out together. I told them that, don't worry, I'm going to visit that bank on advocacy. But before that, let me call our lawyer. We have the national chair agreement, one lawyer. So that one, I asked him, can you author a love letter to this bank, their head office and particular branch in Abeokuta, so that there are the formal communication between us. Cooperative, we have our act. It is not an NGO. We have Cooperative Act. NGO registered with CAC can have them for school. We are cooperative society, and there is no law that is asking us to bring school. The lawyer wrote them. No response. I like that. So then, one beautiful afternoon like that, I just went there. I asked the owner of that site, the promoter of that site, to come along with us, and the deputy secretary. On getting there, the account officer said, yes, we had that information. I said, I'm not going to talk to you. Let me see your branch manager. At the end, you want to figure? I said, yes. Within 3 minutes, I was ushered into the branch manager's office. And I told her, the lady, that, look, this thing, there is no law in Nigeria that is saying cooperatives should bring school. We are not NGO. So we are cooperative. We have our own act. And she just opened us. I suppose not to do this, but look at it. It's a directive from our head office. And you can see financial cooperative that must submit their report. But fine. I can now see that this problem is enormous. But one thing I can assure you is that I'm going to escalate this, even up to the presidency in Nigeria, because we are violating an act of parliament. Not only that we are going to seek redress and claim compensation for that society that is we spent over 2 million almost 2 months now. But we are going to even claim damages for all cooperatives in Nigeria, because our members are now calling us 419. Only yes, I'm going to escalate. That I can promise you. I like it before you do that. Please give me some time. I said, okay, no problem. I think the following week she told me that they had them to waive it. I will come and affect their money. So it is very simple. Just know what you are doing. Yes, they ask you to bring team. Yes, keep them team. That one is not saying that you are going to pay tax. They are not doing business with external third party. Because you stepped in, that was why you asked. And that's our job now. Ogun State Cooperative Federation, the umbrella body of all cooperative society in the state. And that's our job. If a society is having a problem, it becomes our problem. My own society, we are the same issue. Which state? Lagos State. Lagos State. Yeah. And I went to just have to share the because it's okay.
My name is Atundawa from Lagos. We have a cooperative in Ejigbo almost 20 years ago now. We have this same particular issue from team. We got the team. After like, that was in May, we were not able to operate that throughout May. So by the end of May, when we're supposed to have a new meeting, we had to beg another cooperative that we open because our cooperative is like a church-based cooperative. So some centers will come together. So we have another one in K2. We had to beg that cooperative to allow us to use their own accounts. We use standard IBTC, but that K2 is using GT Bank. We use their account to collect the money for that month. At a point in time, they helped us wait. And if in like 2 months after, they came back with the same issue that they are blocking our accounts. I was one that collected the team in May. I went back to them where I collected the team at Elephant House. They told me that I should go to Federal Inland Revenue. I went to that Federal Inland Revenue, close to that place, that same day. The lady I met there said that we are cooperative, but we are supposed to be paying tax. I told him that we don't pay tax. We don't. He said no, that I should move forward to do whatever I want to do. That I'm supposed to go to the Federal Inland Revenue in Ejigbo, where our cooperative is based. From that point in time, went back to the cooperative, to the bank. From the bank, they are like, we're supposed to do this, we're supposed to. And this thing, I reported to my lecturers in Lascaux, because I'm a graduate from Lascaux. I went there to report to them. I reported to Mr. Balogun, then Mr. Omolola, that okay, they said they are going to work on this concerning it. I didn't hear anything. We called the supervisor. The supervisor was tossing me from one place to the other without any resolution. Okay, we now said, let's move our account to GT Bank because I have somebody working in GT Bank. From GT Bank, we had this issue of scum again, that we need that scum. And nobody up till now, scum, yes, nobody has helped us to resolve it. Though eventually we are able to open the account in GT Bank, we have not been able to. We opened this account because I have an in-person day that can talk. So I don't know this particular. I told my colleague yesterday, I said, the only thing I want to take away from here today is this issue of sin and tax. Because it's getting, they even showed me the paper that they sent that we should be paying tax.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Who? Where? The name is Dr. Samuel Ario from Lagos. The problem of that society is that they don't know their hierarchy. She did not mention any union she belongs to. She did not mention last prophet. That's your mother. You went to the ministry. If the ministry can't help you, why don't you go back to your mother? Go to last prophet. The president of last prophet today is a lawyer. He's a lawyer, so he knows all these things. He will educate you abundantly. So please let people know the right places to go. Ministry is not expected to solve your problem. They are to supervise you. When you have a problem, go to your mother. Your mother will solve it. He is the mother of that society. That's why he's able to solve it. Why didn't they go to my president, who is ministry? Do you understand? Please let's know the right ladder.
Thank you very much, sir. Please. See, they are the regulator and they cannot face government. Because government is their employer, either federal or state or whatever. You understand? But we, the federation, can face government. And tell them, we have a set of law, and the law is saying this. So some set of people are coming up with the game changer again. So it's not in the law. So, and then we will resolve it. So it is very simple and easy. We can embark on advocacy. Government officials cannot follow you to go and do advocacy in the bank. It's like they are facing their employer. So it is not possible. Yes, quickly to the question. The question number 2. Can cooperative entities affiliate with railway? Where you can go there on a study trip. Because they are in Europe, you are in Nigeria. So you can go there on a study trip. So then I have a question here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's 5 sub-questions. What is the linkage of your teaching to the principle of cooperative among corporations? We have been preaching unity. Somebody said it here that why we are talking that we are not united. So cooperation among cooperative simply means that unity. We need it. It's the one that can help us. Can you just think about the number of cooperators in Nigeria? The Nigerian police cooperatives, they are talking about over 300,000, 400,000, 350,000 members. And you hear that? That's one cooperative society. I was talking about Ogun State, and I said over 1 million. So by the time we are now looking at the number in the country, even if we are advocating for one thing or the other with the government, and we told the current government or any incoming government, this is where we are going, you think they will not listen to us? So we need to unite. Can you get results in your state in 3 months with your suggested ideas? How is that possible? How is that possible? I told you that the railway started in 1927. 1927 to today is how many years? We are not talking about 3 months. You want to bring something that is good, you have to be consistent with it. People of lifespan will continue to promote it. It's not possible to get results in 3 years. So we are talking about 3 months. There must be consistency. And we must say the same thing. And we must have where we are going. Railway that I use as an example, started in 1927. And 1927 to today is almost 100 years. I think 97 years, if I'm not mistaken. So please, it's not possible in 3 months. What are the workout strategy for these commonalities? Very simple. Unite together, have an objective, where you are going, and then you work towards it. Very simple. How can this idea work out in the cooperative societies? It's already working out in Ogun State now. I've told you that we have our food bread. Even the Lagos State people can confirm that. We stopped Lagos State when CFN was having a summit with our food bread. And I want to tell you that at that summit, we sold about 1,500 loaves of bread. Brought from Ogun State. Yes, that's how we sell it also in Ogun State. So we started, we have our food mats where we are distributing some items, and we want to go online. so that members also can even sell their products on that our website. And that bookmark, we have registered it with Federal Ministry of Industry and Investment. That bookmark trademark now belongs to Ogun State Cooperative Federation Limited. We've registered it. I think that's all. Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. But there's something else I need the federation to do for us. The issue raised by that lady has brought it up so that everybody will understand the power of hierarchy. You cannot be a member or a leader of a primary society and you'll be going to solve the problems for which we set up federations. Federations have broader, bigger authorities and outlook. There is no government agency that will see the representatives of a federation and will not take them seriously. So it's important that we also look at the kind of personalities we elect to become presidents of societies or federations. If you elect your brother because he's your brother and your sister, but he cannot go and see the IPO handling the case or the DPO. Then the other federation elects someone who can call the IG, and the IG will give instructions that way. When your own problem starts, don't blame the other operating society. But I'd like to say, Sir President of Ogun State, you see, the cooperative federation, they need to threaten some of these banks. If the cooperative federation makes an announcement that by next year, they will accredit banks and recommend one or two banks where all cooperative sectors will be banking, that will not be giving us trouble. All of them will settle on. Because once we do it, you know what it means. Not just cooperative societies, they are dependents, which means you. If we all decide to move our accounts from these banks that are frustrating us and move it to, even if it is this Heritage Bank will resurrect. I'm telling you. But if we keep keeping quiet, dealing with them and so on, we will be backing without biting. They will take us seriously. If they know that the cooperative members in this country are more than 85 million, and the registered cooperative societies are more than 2 million, and that once we take that decision, everybody will move in loyalty with leadership, they will stop that nonsense. And that's the assignment you are giving you, sir. You can take it up today so that we can start achieving the power of unity that we have. Thank you. Okay, an update on team in Lagos.
Fellow cooperators, MSB is my name. I just want to give an update to the acquisition of team as it starts at the division number in Lagos State. There has been an arrangement with the tax office, especially at the headquarters near the Secretary of Atlanta. Both the original certificates and other letters issued by the Department of Cooperative, which shall be given team free of charge. That's just an update on it.
Thank you very much. I think that with this, we have come to the end of this segment where we sorry, madam, you wanted to you want to ask it. Please, the only lady that wants to come and let's give her the opportunity. Yes, you can form part of our community. The rapporteurs are taking notes. At the end, they will tell us to update.
Thank you very much, sir. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Grace Fayemi, NNPC Cooperative. Cooperative. Thank you. I'm just sharing my experience about the tax and the scope, because quite a number of cooperatives graduated from thrift activity into multi-purpose. So we need to differentiate our business model. If it's on thrift activities, we are not expected to pay tax. And the reason why you are not paying tax on thrift activities is because of the double tax incident. The fund that is used in setting up cooperative societies are funds from workers that has been taxed through payee and the country tax through Company and Allied Matter Tax Act. So, because of the double tax incidents, that is why thrift activities are exempted from tax. That is for thrift. Now, when we move into other business model, we are into construction, we are into agriculture, and some other things like that. Under those investment umbrellas, we come under VAT. So it depends on your activities. Lagos State at a point issued a tax exemption certificate. We had it in my office. So when they come out with this argument of tax or no tax, I give them those certificate. But when we went into agriculture, because agriculture, construction, and some other businesses are used to launder money in Nigeria, we were required to get scope in order to protect those accounts. So there are different regulations that guide different business operations. I just want the Federation to put that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Whether they call it school or whatever, the cooperative law says that cooperatives will be exempted from corporate tax. That is what. Yes, your cooperative society or your cooperative union, they are having 3, 2, 1 or more employees. They must pay a leave. Yes, pay as you earn. Or Peter personal income tax. That one is compulsory. Because cooperatives are not paying tax, that one doesn't cover your employee. Your employee must pay. They must pay tax. That one is a must. Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that we have done justice to this topic. We'll reserve whatever is left for the next conference. But we will break into two for the position papers submitted as abstracts. And we have 4 of them in each group. If you don't have an abstract, you can decide to join either of the groups. But before then, my national president will do something.
Go. Where? Please, can we give ourselves an applause, please? I want to sincerely thank you all for your patience and tolerance and for showing some understanding with us. Yes, when we have problems in the morning, they are services we are paid for. There are 2 sets of public address system here. We have that one owned by the police bank, and we also paid a DJ to offer us services so that we can talk to him. But it appears Rivers is peculiar. So some of the challenges we have had over time just show some of the peculiarities we have here in Rivers State. So please, I want to apologize for whatever shortcomings we have noticed in our organization. However, I want us to note that formal sessions will end today. Tomorrow, we have 2 vital sessions. One is the general meeting of members. All members at this conference, not talking about our friends and associates who are part of this conference, all certificate carrying members of the institute, we have a meeting here tomorrow in this same auditorium. The meeting will start on the dot of 9. The meeting will start by the grace of God on the dot of 9. Please, if you come anytime after 9, just quietly join us. And whatever decisions you have taken before you come in,
it's automatically binding. Please, I want to appeal to all of us to please come on time. Those who are not part of the meeting can start enjoying their excursion. We want to explore Port Harcourt. Feel free to do that from this evening. And when we finish the session, we will join you. Because of the popularity in Port Harcourt for now, I don't want us to run a program into the night. So our gala and dinner will start at 2. 2 will be our Shanawale, the, what do we call it, the red carpet, so that you can take a lot of pictures and come look gaily in your appearance. And there, all the awards and other things will be issued out. So by 2:30 thereabout, that will run. On the dot of 3, the gala night will also roll. Please, let's come on time. We are going to change the structure of the hall for the gala. So the awardees will sit in this auditorium here, and others that can be accommodated here. If you come and the main auditorium here is filled up, just quietly join at the gallery. So it's a matter of first come, first serve. We'll have chairs and tables reserved for the awardees. But for other participants, if you are not here on time, you join at the gallery. God bless you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The president said that if you come late tomorrow after 9, don't greet us because that will be disturb the proceedings. Just quietly walk in and sit down. Thank you. So we are going to have this group discussion will last for only 30 minutes, and then we will go for lunch. The first group will be made up of the leader of the group, Dr. Ojiago Nkechi. Are you here? Dr. Ojiago Nkechi. Okay. Dr. Esto Kafo. Dr. Esto Kafo, you will lead this group. You will lead this group made up of Usman Alhaji Usman. Usman Alhaji Usman, that's group A. Ojiago Nkechi will be there. John Abashi Clement and Alakoti Sahil. Alakoti Sahil. Doctor, one of the rapporteurs will join them. Group A will stay here. Whatever they summarize as their discussion, we take it down. Group B will stay here. The people I mentioned are those who submitted abstracts. So they are going to make presentations within that group. The cameraman will be going around to take them as they are making their presentations. So whatever they agree upon. Other people that are interested in those topics. Group A will likely be talking about members' product marketing. If you're interested in listening to their discussions and making contributions, you join them in Group A. Group B is mixed up technical and management issues. The leader of that group will be Dr. Felix Ono. Felix Ono. Other people will be Dr. Abasi Odeliju Emanuela, Akoti Onyedikachi Augustina, and Okonkwo Paul Jukes. The other rapporteur, please. So, Dr. Jukes, you're in this one, so you better join this second one as a rapporteur. The leader of this group is Dr. Ono. If you're interested in technical and management issues, you can join that group as they are presenting. You listen. If you have any comment, questions as after each presentation, you ask to help the rapporteurs to take note of whatever was resolved. And the two groups have 30 minutes to do that. And the time starts now. 15 seconds done. Time cannot wait for anybody. 30 seconds gone. Please. So take your time. It's 25 minutes past 3. By 5 minutes to 4, we will conclude. The speakers will just turn those seats and face the other people who want to say them, and this one. Okay, please, we cannot tie some people down to make presentations while other people are eating. So let us suspend this until after. Maybe these people are hungrier than people in Libya. Please let us just, I don't want you to be disadvantaged. Go and have your lunch. After lunch, we come and present. And you know, it's the people that they don't want to hear, they want to take their food around the road.
No.